our collective resolve and unity.
Vowing to keep ramping up the pressure on Russia over what the West calls war crimes in Ukraine. A manhunt in Israel after a deadly shooting in central Tel Aviv. Reports of at least 2 people killed, another 8 wounded. There's no word yet on a possible motive, but tensions have been soaring after recent attacks by Palestinians killed 11 people. America is listening to Fox News.
Here at Nimitz Towers, we're a large-scale rental complex. We have over 20 employees, and when the pandemic hit, our concerns were people not being able to work, loss of revenue and income, and luckily, due to PPP, we were able to keep all our employees employed, working. We were able to provide services, maintenance, and cleanliness for the building and the operation. Also, the rental assistance program helped us stay solvent during the pandemic and helped us keep the tenants in place.
We're thankful for Congressman San Nicolas advocating for these funds on our behalf in Washington, D.C.
If you have any concerns about any federal issues, feel free to contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds.
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 Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
New York's Attorney General wants to penalize the former president for not complying with a court order.
The office of Letitia James has filed a contempt motion against former President Trump for not submitting documents, financial statements for him and for his organization. In addition to contempt, the New York Attorney General proposes a fine of $10,000 per day until he complies. He's missed a deadline of March 31st, which was an extension the former president's lawyers requested from earlier in the month. James is asking for immediate intervention by the court to secure the documents or impose the penalties. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Trump is appealing a February ruling that requires him to testify under oath in a civil probe of his business practices. Meantime, the Manhattan DA is confirming that a criminal investigation of Trump's business dealings also continues, despite a recent shakeup in that probe's leadership. Michigan goes to court to recognize abortion as a right.
It's a preemptive lawsuit against prosecutors in 13 Michigan counties with an abortion clinic to make abortion a right under the state constitution, with Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer essentially asking the state Supreme Court to immediately resolve the issue over a 176-year-old abortion ban that could take effect if Roe v. Wade were ever to be vacated, and comes as the U.S. Supreme Court considers allowing states to ban abortions. Michigan is among 8 states with unenforced abortion bans enacted before the 1973 Roe decision. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
It's day 4 of jury deliberations at the trial of 4 men accused of plotting to kidnap Governor Whitmer. The defense claims entrapment by the FBI. A turnaround on Wall Street. The day started with a triple-digit decline. The Dow finishes up nearly 90 points. And Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with daily insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hafa, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Hafa, Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns the property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Half a day, it's 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. There's no details on an apparent serious accident that took place early this morning in Harmon. It has traffic shut down all along Route 16. Police and emergency officials are on the scene near McDonald's. They were seen flying down that area just before 4 this morning. Police say that they are conducting a traffic investigation, but there's no details on how many cars or possible injuries were involved in this crash. You are urged to take an alternate route if you are headed toward Route 16, in particular over by the McDonald's intersection. All traffic in that area, we are told, has been shut down and being told to turn around. It's now a tropical depression, and that system, while developing, is expected to continue in this general direction. According to the National Weather Service, Tropical Depression 02W will be a storm by this morning and is expected to pass about 200 miles south of Guam as soon as Sunday or by Monday morning. The system's still several hundred miles southwest of Chuuk. It is moving west-northwest. Last report had it at with sustained winds of about 30 miles per hour. The tropical depression is expected to develop into a storm by today and will be packing winds of about 80 to 100 miles per hour near its center late this weekend or early next week. Again, that's Saturday or Sunday or Monday. The National Weather Service not sounding alarms just yet, but they are urging Guam and the rest of the Mariana Islands to watch this system closely. Meanwhile, the Guam Mayor's Council was busy yesterday with meetings and a slew of items on their agenda. One big-ticket item is the Liberation Day Parade. That big event will resume this July 21st after being on hold for the last 2 years. Scaled down from previous years, though, this liberation will have the parade, but no carnival, no visiting U.S. service members, and no Liberation Queen. Also, to save costs, mayors voted for a standard parade float for each village that will have a regular pickup truck pulling a trailer. Mayor's Council Jesse Alec, who's the president, says that the goal is to have all 19 villages represented in this parade. Also, from yesterday's meeting, senior citizen centers will also open. It's scheduled to open on May 2nd. We'll have more news right after this.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
The jury's still out in the trial of Rudy Kanata, who was charged with killing Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez last April. The jury spent the last 5 days deliberating and has not been able to come up with a unanimous decision. Kanata's girlfriend, Joyner Scott Sked, was also charged in the case. She has since been convicted of murder in connection with that charge. Again, no details on an apparent serious accident that took place over by the Harmon McDonald's early this morning. Police and emergency officials still on the scene. They say there is a traffic investigation going on. However, they've not said how many cars or injuries were involved. They are urging all traffic to take an alternate route, as all traffic along Route 16 over by the McDonald's intersection has been shut down for this investigation. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Yeah, those of you that have got the 93.3 streaming app on your phone got word of this an hour ago. I was able to send what's called a push message out to you, so that you are aware of what's going on in that area. Nothing new from the Guam Police Department over the last couple of minutes. We'll keep an eye on that WhatsApp page and see what's going on. Apparently, the Hamburglar was involved in some kind of a crazy getaway out of the drive-through there, and who knows what kind of melee ensued after that. What have we got? Weather for today, 6:10 in the morning, and it's not so bad right now, although they are saying that there's going to be some wetness that is going to be headed our way very, very soon over the weekend. Mostly sunny skies are in the forecast for today. Highs near 88 degrees, east winds up to about 20 miles an hour, gusting as high as 25. Partly cloudy in the forecast tonight. Overnight lows 77 degrees, east-northeast winds up to 17 miles an hour, again gusting around 22 miles an hour. Into the weekend we go. Sunny skies, partly sunny skies tomorrow. Highs near 87. Says there might be some scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast. Same thing for tomorrow night. Sunday says showers likely and possibly thunderstorms. Some of the storms could produce gusty winds and heavy rain. So other than that, expect partly sunny skies with highs near 86 degrees. And certainly breezy as this 95 Invest makes its way through here. Doesn't have a name or anything, right? Just kind of just preliminary.
Find one. Let's find a name.
There's a website that you can go to that will give you, and Landon will know which one it is, that will tell you what the next name is.
You got its name right.
I don't know.
It's going to be a great day.
It's 50-50. It's a crapshoot. No, it's not. It's not a good day. It's not a good day.
Come on, man. It's Friday.
Wordle in 5, and Dennis lost. Dennis lost. It was one of those things. All right, so I'm going to tell you right now, a good start word for today is steak. Steak. S-T-A-K. Steak. No, S-T-E-A-K. Not S-T-K-A. Is whatever. So actually, S-T-A-K-E would have been pretty good. But I'm sending you down a rabbit hole because it's this is going to be one of those where you're going to go, oh, I'm going to do Wordle in 3. I was totally convinced I was going to get Wordle in 3. And I realized that the Wordle word that I was shooting for has multiple, it's the same sound, multiple different ways that you can configure the word.
The expectations, Ray.
Oh, it was bad. It was,
down,
man,
bro.
I was already getting ready. I was going to share this and go, in your face. In your face, people are going, Wordle in 3. Right? But no. Heat index today, 92, 50% chance of rain. We've got the red flag warnings, rip current warnings, and just, actually, you shouldn't have to worry about it because the governor said Guam is safer now. Even though we've got the red flag thing and the rip current warnings, Guam is a safer place. You see that in the post where everybody, including your new girlfriend, is disagreeing.
Dengue.
Sunset tonight, 6:33. Hashtag tell the others there's news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 and a half years.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarty Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evo 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evo 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evo 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
How about portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. 6:15 in the morning, and time to start thinking about lunch. Lunch today over at Subway, where they've got the Eat Fresh Refresh. It's a whole revolution in flavor that's taking place over at Subway right now. They're trying all kinds of new and different things, including a way to make your favorite sandwich a fresh melt. So we've got your favorite breads, your favorite meats, all topped with a triple load of cheese, toasted to warm, gooey perfection. They've got the ham and cheese melt, the tuna melt, the steak and cheese melt. Get that to start with, but I'm a BMT guy, so imagine me being thrilled with the crunch, the flavor, and the gooey perfection of a BMT melt. You can do that today at Subway. Eat fresh.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Oh, I got video coming in, buddy. I got video. I've not cleared the audio on this, so let's not play the audio. But I've got video from a listener here on the Mean Machine, and you can see through the dashboard. And he'll zoom in here for a second as I get this thing playing. You'll be able to see there's a car out right next to the McDonald's in Harmon, and this must have been shot maybe earlier this morning, maybe 4:30, 4 o'clock. And you can see there's an automobile there on fire. Cars still going, they're making their way across. So this was before the police closed everything up about an hour ago. Don't have all the details. Don't know whether there was anybody in that truck when it was alight. But we'll see what we can get from the police department and the fire department and all the other authorities as they conclude their investigation and hopefully let us know what's going on. 888-255-888-TA. Okay, wait a second. Hold on. I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing the thing wrong. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. This is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you this morning and multiply distracted by a number of things going on, up to and including the fact that I'm breaking in a new studio chair.
Breaking.
It's I don't know. It's okay. So
breaking or breaking in?
It rolls around a lot. So I'm in scooch mode.
We're going to work on getting you some new captain chairs, man.
Well, we got new captain chairs, but there's one and it kind of leans forward. I feel like I'm in a Disney ride or something like that.
Yeah,
where they're grooming me for anyway. So welcome to the program. Excuse me. Friday morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Lots and lots to talk about as usual. We'll scare up some folks on the Facebook Live and the YouTube Live before too much longer. If you've got anything else going on in that accident and the investigation on Route 16 Friday morning, I hope they get it taken care of pretty soon. The sun is coming up. Maybe that will assist them in getting the investigation figured out before too much longer. But my guess is that if it lingers for much longer, that is going to completely mess with your morning commute.
Snarling.
Yeah. If you're one of those, hey, I'm a Route 16 guy. Route 16. I'm a 27 guy. I'm a Harmon Loop guy. Right? Maybe not today. You're going to need to figure out some alternative routes to get your way around that this morning. We'll see if we can help by taking a look at the maps before long. In the meantime, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm salivating. I have extra salivation in my mouth. You know why?
Why?
Because I'm remembering what I had for dinner last night.
I know what you had for dinner.
Sidelines. I had the Loco Moco over at Sidelines.
Not that I'm stalking you, man.
Dude, it was.
Hey.
It's not a regular Loco Moco because it has 2 patties on it. 2 patties, and is it like a tower of onion rings?
That's some protein.
It was.
That's a Samoan Moco Loco.
It was good Loco Moco.
Loco.
Extra gravy. I got extra gravy on the sides. And anyway, still in my. What time do they open at Sidelines? Can we get John on the line and find out?
He'll open early for you.
He'll open early.
Sure.
Yep. Anyway, so I've got a little bit of that flavor in my mouth. But where was I? And I was going to start doing introductions, right? Real Joe, man. Who gets the phone when you call at 888-825-5888-TALK. The meme machine is online and working this morning. As you can tell, we're already taking video and photographs of the accident or whatever that was on Route 16. We'll see if we can get even more details in your direction before too much longer. Montecillo Tyrant, big news and headlines. Some of the other stories that we're going to be covering, and
there's going to be a parade.
Yay! Pickup truck and a flatbed.
Yeah.
Is one of those little trailers are going to be.
The way it used to be.
Yeah. I'm ready.
I don't know, it's going to look like
in the 20s.
Somebody. Well, they didn't do liberation parades until after we were actually liberated by the Americans. But maybe we ought to dig out some of those old pictures and see. Even what was the point? Well, I'm going to give Alec a hard time. I'm going to give Alec a hard time. Here's the thing. What's the point of winning the war against COVID if we're just going to have a bunch of pickup trucks from the village mayors with a flatbed behind it? And
but we have a reason to go and camp out on Marine Drive.
It's just any excuse. It would have done it anyway, parade or no parade. But
I might actually do it this year.
A disappointment that there is obviously not going to be a carnival. The carnivals, the festivals are off. That's another story they're reporting in the Guam Daily Post. The Mango Festival, very well attended. A lot of people love going down there, and we're not going to be able to do that this year.
It's not to say you can't go to Agate and buy some mangoes on the side of the road.
I suppose that's also true, but I mean, it's nice when they got the thing going on at Second Besit.
Got a nice run.
There's a nice 5K, one of Guam's favorite 5Ks that takes place around the Mango Festival, and plenty of other stuff that is obviously not going to be happening. You know why? Because we're not as safe as you think we are. More on that a little bit later on. In the meantime, a bunch of other people that have found their way to the Lou Safe Zone here on 93.3 The Point.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Bulatao already here this morning looking at big numbers. Rico B, the big man, is at number one as usual here today. And some people might be wondering how he manages to do that. It's Rico, Rico Magic. That's what's happening here. He's got the goods. Pam Duvall also in there. I got Nick Perlowski.
Morning, Mom.
Colin Clark, the father of Ray Ray. Do we have any takers on Ray Ray? Has anybody decided that they wanted to adopt the pig?
Adopt a pig.
It's got to be about 50 pounds by this week, and growing.
Perfect for Easter.
I think the deal is, I don't think they're going to want to adopt it to somebody that's going to eat it.
Easter.
Yeah, on the other hand, out of mind, out of sight, out of sight, out of mind. 6:21 in the morning. I got Dan Rosal on and Jose Martinez. Nobody ever told me I have a safe zone. Yes. Wherever Lou is, you're going to be safer. Maybe not in your village, maybe not in the street. Maybe you're going to be one of these guys that tries to run over his wife with a Jeep. Did you see that story?
I did.
Yeah. Tell me again how safe we are.
What's happening again?
I got pretty Sarita Garin saying, no frowny Friday, make it count. Colin Clark, turn that frown upside down. I see beach, don't kill my vibe. We'll see what happens with the beach. You know, every once in a while... I'm not going to say
Come on.
that there are issues with accuracy and inaccuracy in reporting on weather, but every once in a while they'll basically try to throw all this information out there so that we can be prepared, so that we can be aware of meteorological circumstances in our area. And they'll say, well, we've got this, and it could be bringing wind and rain and ugly weather to Guam maybe as early as Saturday, maybe Sunday. We'll get the full pronunciation from these guys. And then what happens is Saturday and Sunday turn out to be the best, most spectacular, oh my God, beach days that there ever were. But nobody goes because they were told that we were supposed to get wet.
Home.
Yeah, stay at home, inside, locked down. Go just buy toilet paper and canned food. For heaven's sakes, biscucho and Spam. That's what everybody's going to be thinking in those terms, and we're all going to miss what could be the most perfect beach days of 2022. Sarita asking how Sidelines game on was last night. Jess Lujan, that's Senator Jesse Lujan.
Biba.
He's picked up package. He's going for it. Yeah. Kenneth Polino is online. Dennis Larson saying, liberate the hostages. That would be us. Donamila Martinez, adulting is so much fun when you're listening to The Point. That's the idea, sweetheart. Jane Nauta is there. There's big Pam Duvall, the mom of the program. Happy 17th birthday to Dakota Uggan. Well, we'll put that on here. The original Burger King, Rudy Rodolfo, online, and a reminder that we begin the 33rd anniversary celebration. Is it 33 years? Of Burger King here on Guam. And to celebrate, they've got new Whopper melts. Toasted, cheesy, and melty, it says. And I'm going to zoom in on this to take a look at which ones they've got that I'm going to like. Bacon Whopper melt. We got the regular Whopper melt.
Yes.
And I'm going, Rudy... If you're sending them over today,
jalapeno for me.
We all want the spicy Whopper melt here. Is that what you want?
Make it fuego.
Okay.
Yes.
On fire, Rudy Rodolfo.
Fire.
So not that.
I love you, Rudy.
Yeah. Thanks very much. The original Burger King online here this morning. I think we've all put our orders in. Thank you very much. Anything else you want? Frosty, icy cold Coca-Cola, maybe some fries. I don't know.
You can offer the meatless burger.
Why?
Can you send me a
burger,
grill?
because today's Friday.
An Impossible Burger with the melt.
Burger,
And some of those crowns, please.
Okay, so Rudy had a business plan already worked out in his head, and we've just turned it upside down. Sorry about that, Brett. I got Bill Petit online here this morning. Gerald Young, Mark Voigtland checking in from the Free Zone. Joanne Titano, and she's wishing a happy 7th birthday to Dakota. And Pam Colin Clark, Vince Mesa, Jim Moylan. That's Senator Jim Moylan.
Oh, Biba.
Online here this morning, and Senator Jim Moylan is taken to he's picked up where Chris Duenas left off and said, hey, you know this hate thing that you guys are doing and misinformation about what could or could not happen if the declaration of a public health emergency is lifted for the island of Guam, whether it's done by the legislature or done by your own office. The people over at Lou's office believe that there's all these 45,000 children who would be impacted by a loss of their family's emergency SNAP benefits because of that reckless Resolution 291.
Children?
Yeah, and so Jim Moylan sent a letter off to the governor's office saying, well, how come they can do that in Hawaii, but we can't do it here? Are they just smarter than us in Hawaii?
She won't get the letter, though, Ray. Because no one will tell her.
No one will tell her.
Respect.
He's probably walking around the office. Hey, have we gotten anything from Jim? I haven't heard from that guy in a while. And like Logan and everybody and Crystal are going, no. Nothing from Jim. Nothing to see here. Just go back in your office. Ray got Wordle in 5. See if you can beat him. Let me see. Joanne Titano is there. I agree. Ray and Joe never fail to make me laugh on my way to work. Hey, what about Mana? Doesn't Mana make you laugh every once in a while as well? Or are you having a hard time hearing her her amusing statements because she's got mucus.
She gets me every morning.
In the nose.
No.
We
She
decided.
tested negative for boogers this morning, Ray.
Was there another one?
Yeah,
Got it.
negative.
I did not test again. I did on Wednesday, and I'm negative.
Sarita says, I think Sidelines opens at 3. Well, there we go. Looks like we're having an emergency meeting later on. Mark and Francis Ishmael online. There's Patty Cruz, Mike Grace, Blas, Brake Fluid, don't do it, don't do it. April and Goko Flowers, Shelton. May the odds be ever in your favor. John Ray, Titano's on. What's that? What? No Mango Festival. I might as well just go to Aspen Supermarket and buy some there. We've getting to a point here in the mango season that we've got here on Guam. I'd originally been lamenting because I was not seeing a whole lot of mangoes, and now every mango tree I pass in Central and North is just absolutely loaded with mangoes. And now all the people that had their kids sitting outside in the bottom of the tree with slingshots and shotguns, now they're coming over with bags of mangoes going, okay, we got mangoes. Please take these mangoes from me. And they're all good.
You can take some and share.
I was chowing down on some of that yesterday. Jerome McDonald. Oh, Vancouver. Keena says it might be up there, 80 degrees. Jerome McDonald says California weather update, now 100 degrees. It's going to be a hot day at 3 digits, still 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Winds gusting up to 50 miles an hour. Hopefully no fire today. No, it's California in the springtime. They're going to be fires. Simon Sanchez online. Brennan Fausto. Ken LG says, let's make a deal. Camacho has raised the hammer of justice to strike a blueprint company for failure to print. Do you feel as safe now as the Red Queen is declared? What Ken is talking about here, you beat me to it, Ken, is the Attorney General's office has sprung into action, recognizing that the people of Guam are living in fear, afraid to go outside because we've got all the drug thieves and the car burglars and the guys that want to run over their wives with Jeeps, and they're saying, well, we need to spring into action. So what did they do? The Attorney's Office, OAG, files a consumer complaint against David Properties, alleging failure to complete blueprints paid for by the customer. Dun, dun, dun. A civil consumer complaint has been filed against David Properties under the Deceptive Trade Practices Act based on allegations that David Properties failed to produce blueprints after receiving payment. The Consumer Protection Division of the Office of the Attorney General's Office. Do you suppose they've got their own hats and jackets with like a patch? You know, the thing that comes down, it says FBI, right? Or police. Yes. Do you think they got one over at the Attorney General's Office's Consumer Protection Division? They've asked the court to order David Properties to refund the amount paid to the consumer, fine the defendant, and award attorney fees. Do you feel the sun rising over a much safer Guam here today?
Safe.
Oh, and the cop's getting an 18% raise. This is it. Thanks, Ken. I appreciate you pointing that out. More. You know, just wonder, is it? Are they ignorant, or are they arrogant about it? Are they just in arrogant denial of what everybody else around here is trying to live through? Patty Santiago saying good morning, and there's a sunshine thing there. Pete Guerrero, Detwin Kitito online, Marla Carbolito, Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas is there. Sarita says, wow, Whopper melt sounds good for lunch today. Do you think we could get away with something like that where we went to Burger King, got our Whoppers, and then took them to Sidelines? Right? We just go for Sidelines and drink beer? Just asking for a friend. Sarah Lake, it's great to land here on Friday. You won't be disappointed. 7 Ray, not 17. Oops, Dakota is 7. Only I a day, Raymond. All right, sorry about that. Ron and Cindy De La Rosa. Hey, that's my classmate, Ron. Sarah Lake says, Hawaiians have poi. That's why they smarter than us, Jim. David Lazard is there, Ron. And wait. Looking for some new names here. Mm-hmm. And no, a bunch of new names that will show up a little bit later on. And I'm pleased to see that one of our new names from either late last week or early this week, I'm referring to her as Real Joe's new girlfriend.
Oh, nice.
Well, she's the one, you remember it was Samantha was the one that the other day said, hi, handsome. Hi there, handsome. Yeah. Or happy birthday, handsome, or something like that.
Yeah,
Did you miss that, Mana? Was that?
I wasn't here, but happy birthday.
Really
that must have been during the Donna time. Anyway, so.
The Donna days.
With due respect, Governor, it is easy to feel safe with police officers as your bodyguards. Don't patronize the people of Guam and their concerns by saying, I do believe Guam is safer. You are living in a bubble, completely disconnected from the people, said Samantha Jane Miranda. Sound familiar now, Real Joe?
Oh, yeah, it does sound familiar.
You have your positive moments, then you have your ignorant moments. Guam is not safe. I repeat, we, period, are, period, not, period, safe, period. Crime is on the rise, particularly with sexual offenders and family violence, which drug use also plays a major role, so thereby increasing the crimes of drug possession. Let's be honest with ourselves, ma'am. Spend 1 week actually living the lives of those in crime-ridden village neighborhoods, and you tell me if Guam is safe.
Wow.
Very, very good. Apparently,
who is she?
I don't know.
If she's my cousin, I'd
one
date her.
She's one of us, Brad. She's one of us on the Facebook lives and the YouTube lives. So anyway, that's just one. It's getting worse. Residents don't agree Guam is a safer place. And this is one of those things where maybe you know, just because somebody asks you a question doesn't mean you ought to give them an answer. Because something like that, off the hip, the response to somebody, you know, you're asking about crime and you say Guam is safer. Really? Guam is safer? Man, you should be, everybody should make Lulian Guerrero a member of their WhatsApp group.
Chat.
Yeah, their WhatsApp, whatever their neighborhood watch WhatsApp
to
chat.
make her admin.
Is
we'll make her admin.
We'll do it. And just go, and that way she can see what it is that everybody's going through. I mean, and you got big crime, obviously, and then you got little crime. There's I don't know if I've got the thing. I'll get the picture and I'll put it up on the screen.
Ray.
Well, like vandalism as an example.
Okay.
Or just a bunch of bored teenage kids that are out tagging cars and poles in the village,
flatting tires.
And how about the white van that drives up looking for Sue?
Oh, like the one that came to my house that one time.
I'm looking for Sue.
There's no Sue here. Sue? No, nobody here by that name. Sorry.
Sue
6:32 in the morning. So I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff in the table of contents. Going to be another one of these rollicking mornings. Just an FYI, just so you know, I'm going to tell the haters right now. Chanel is coming back. Chanel will be back into the studio in the 9 o'clock hour with somebody from the Department of Public Health and Social Services and a critical division. Some of you will definitely need to listen to the information about STDs and SDIs and what we used to refer to back in the 70s as social diseases. Diseases of a social nature. Exactly. You know, it's just the kind of stuff that you could get. I'll try only.
It's a cold sore, Ray. Okay, man, just stop.
That's what happens when you sit on the seat.
Too much time. Did you know that it used to be a club called Cosmos back in the day?
That's from drinking from the urinal.
It's 6:33 in the morning. All right. Well, on that note, let's see if we can bust into some news and headlines. Mana Silva Tyron's going to get us up to speed here. What's going on, Mana?
Well, just to remind you, if you're on the roadway headed toward Route 16, you might want to turn around. The police and emergency officials on the scene of an accident that took place early this morning over by the intersection of McDonald's. They did say that there is a traffic investigation. However, they didn't say if there were injuries or how many cars were involved. Again, traffic along the Route 16 over by the McDonald's intersection all shut down. All traffic is being diverted. Meanwhile, the National Weather Service keeping an eye still on that tropical depression brewing near Chuk. It's Tropical Depression 02W. It's expected to intensify and possibly be a storm by Sunday or Monday. It'll definitely bring some wet weather Guam's way by Sunday or Monday. And the Guam Mayor's Council had a busy meeting yesterday. One of the items on their agenda was the Liberation Day Parade, which they plan on resuming on July 21st. It will be scaled down. There will be floats, but no carnival, no U.S. service members being brought in, and no Liberation Day queens. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
All right, I got some pictures that just coming in now on the meme machine here this morning from an alert listener in the Tumon area, noting that there's a rather large ship laying off the Hilton, and the question is this one of ours?
I hope so, man. It looks Chinese.
Does it got that little? Are we looking for the little red star or something like that on it? Let me zoom in.
I hope not, man.
And see if I can get this.
Wow.
Maybe somebody out there knows. Is that where what's his name Carl is on the Herodot? That's not one of those APL ships,
it doesn't,
right?
man.
What is it? Does it look like a destroyer?
It looks like a ship tender.
Does it look, Real Joe, like it could rain thunder, brimstone, and fire upon the people of Guam?
No.
Okay, just checking.
It's safe
Hospital
here, Ray.
ship then. Okay.
Safe.
There's another picture, but part of it is a buddy of mine, a real rich buddy of mine's backyard, and I don't want to get people started off being jealous, going ooh white privilege. So I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave that out. But from his place, you can see the ship. No problem. 6:35 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. More stuff coming up.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
All right, it's 6:37 in the morning, as you might imagine. All traffic news is concentrated in the Route 16, Route 27 area. On screen right now, let me get this so that you can see what it is that you're going to be dealing with if you don't heed the warnings and get out the way. Virtually every means of access to the intersection of 16 and 27, basically where the McDonald's is in Harmon, is unavailable to the public. They're turning traffic around in all directions. You can see people hanging U-turns up at the end of Route 16 over by the GFA. You can also see people hanging U-turns as we come down the underpass, overpass. Traffic from around the Micronesia Mall area also looks like it's getting turned around there as police continue to be conducting an investigation. Now, Real Joe had popped up a video, and I cannot make it out. I'm not going to play because I can't really make it out. But you say that you think maybe in the distance you see them pulling a body from the wreckage?
Yeah. Oh, I think police.
It could be a fatality here. We know that a vehicle had caught fire at the intersection. We've got images of the fire department trying to put that fire out, and perhaps now other images of what may be going on and the recovery of a body in that area. As soon as we get more details from the police department, we'll be happy to share them with you. But the most important thing that you got to remember right now is avoid that area, please. 6:38. Be right back.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill, located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill, open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
How about portions of the program brought to you by my friends over at Nissan Guam, where they're getting ready for a fantastic weekend. How do you want to make this a good weekend for yourself? Go and check out all of the new Infinity lines that they've got over there, including the new QX60. Now, there's an ad in the newspaper today, and it's a nice picture of it, but I tell you what, it does not come anywhere near as gorgeous a car as you will see in real life. You're going to love all the treatments, all the different gizmos and gadgets that they've got on the inside of it, and because you heard this on the radio, ask about maybe getting into that car with your interest rate as low as 1.99%. That's going to make you feel groovy about driving around with the sunroof, right? Sunroof all the way open, Bose speakers, cranking out. You know, I'm thinking of like old Diodato songs, or maybe those Earth, Wind, and Fire tunes that we used to listen to over at Captain's, right? Or as Jose Martinez listening to Boss 105, 104 this morning, going, hey, is that Rapper's Delight I heard? It's going to sound awesome. The bump coming from the sound system that they've got in the QX60. So test drive it today at Nissan Guam.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
In 20 minutes, it's 7 o'clock in the morning, but you're safe. We'll mark you all safe here. That's what the governor should have done. Gotten one of those the mark safe from crime on Guam, because I said it's safer out here.
I'm with that, man.
And so I'm with that Samantha lady in the Guam Daily Post that said just spend a week in the village. Tell you what, we'll move you out from where you're at right now, and you can stay in, where is this? The Mighty Town Apartments. You can stay at the Mighty Town Apartment. No. Let me tell you about the Mighty Town Apartment. You can tell. You know, a lot of places they've got big signs up there that say Mighty Town Apartments. But in this case, you'll know that you're at the Mighty Town Apartments because they've got a big car. There's a car in the front. They don't need any great sign. They got a car, and they wrote it up on the pole. That's where the Mighty Town Apartments are, and that's the big sign that it's either that or it says Lose Safe Zone. I'm not sure what that graffiti marking says. Can you make that out?
No, I can't, man.
But at any rate, so it is the Mighty Town Apartment, and the guy that wrote this says the landlord doesn't care what his tenants does in the community as long as they pay rent. And then other advice, and then the mayors and the municipal council should step in and ensure the landlord is held accountable for the deplorable actions of his tenants. And then this is from my MTM WhatsApp, you know, the what is it, Neighborhood Watch WhatsApp, and it talks about people walking around in the middle of the night getting in trouble. There's a story about one guy, one FSM male, headed towards Beong Street. This guy was beaten up, and he refused help. He just wanted to get me out of the village as quick as possible, or get me to the Mighty Town Apartments. 642 on the Ray Gibson Show. Is that one of the weather guys?
It is the weather guy, Landon.
What?
Landon.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're doing Wordle with
man, come on,
names. All right, Landon is on the line. Buenos. We've got sound effects. Real Joe put sound effects up for you, bro. How you doing there?
I am good, and I was listening to you before I came on that I think I'm one of those people that may be walking out in the middle of the night. I'm either going to the office or from the office. I'm not sure which direction, but it's in the middle of the night.
Well, it's and that's because of the work that you do. Now, on screen right now, I don't know if you can see this, but I've taken the most recent satellite image and overlaid where Guam is so that people can see. There doesn't look like there's a whole heck of a lot that is churning to the west of us right about. I'm sorry, east of us right about now. But tell me what I am looking at and what I should be looking for. I'm going to take off the reticle where it says Guam, and then scroll down a little bit and look at that big blob of red. That's not 95W, is it?
That is not 95W. That is O2W tropical depression. If you're looking south of Guam,
just south,
that is tropical depression 2W. Yeah, and so for Guam today, it's going to be a typical dry trade wind season pattern. A red flag warning remains in effect for high fire danger and stuff. That's going to continue through today. It's going to just feel like a typical dry trade wind type day. But to our south of Walleye and islands of eastern Yap State, that's tropical depression 2W. That's going to be spinning its way, developing gradually as it moves over the islands of Yap State. So they will be taking a beating today and tomorrow and into Sunday morning. They're already experiencing heavy showers and thunderstorms and gusty winds there. The good news for us is we were watching this thing. Some of the models are taking it closer to Guam than to Yap as it was passing by Sunday, but models have trended a little bit farther westward or to the left of track, which allows me to breathe a little easier for Guam and the CNMI, but not so much for Ulysses and Feist and Yap Islands. They'll be taking more of the brunt of the storm, and probably it'll be a typhoon by the time it's passing nearly overhead of Feist and Ulysses on Sunday.
Okay, so that's what we've got directly to the south. So people looking at that, is not what we are referring to when we say that wet weather is on the way for the weekend. So let me scooch a little bit more towards the eastern side of the picture and see what it is that we are looking for that is going to be headed this way over the next couple of days.
Well, the wet weather will be in response to this depression. We're not going to be expecting a direct hit or direct threat from Depression 2W. But as that thing is moving northward, that's going to bring the shield of showers and thunderstorms and gusty winds that extends well north and northeast of that center, low-level center. That's going to be coming over our area. And so we're going to see showers start increasing on Saturday, as well as winds and sea conditions. Those will be building on Saturday and then more so into Sunday. So as this thing is moving toward Ulithi and Feist, that shield of showers and thunderstorms that are within a convergent boundary northeast and east of that system, that'll be encompassing Guam and the Sinai.
But it looks like we've got this shear line of dry air and high pressure. It looks like that's holding everything down.
Yeah, that's correct, and that was the mitigating factor with this disturbance early in the week. It was fighting that dry air. There was strong trade winds. But as it started to get its act together, there's that surge of west winds coming out from the Philippines across Palau and south of Yap, that was starting to encircle that developing disturbance. Once it starts getting its foothold together and maintaining that energy, it starts to influence its environment. So that's what we're going to be seeing. So as it's shifting northward, it will be influencing the broader environment around it and then bringing that moisture to our air. So we're going to see the change from the dry, windy season weather to more of a tropical environment Saturday, Sunday, into Monday.
I'm going to the beach anyway. I'm going to figure out. There's beach volleyball action that's taking place over the weekend, and I got a feeling that despite everything, I'm just going to hold out hope that this is going to be one of those Ray Gibson Grill Marks weekends.
Well, somebody was asking me yesterday if it was okay to lay out at the beach on Saturday or Sunday. I said, hey, there's no reason to not lay out on the beach. If you like the sun,
bring an umbrella.
Like the rain and the wind, that's perfectly fine. Nobody's stopping you.
You'll be fine. So have you decided, are we running tomorrow?
I will
wrong
be
one.
running.
No, that's not him, man.
I keep
He's
forgetting.
lifting tomorrow.
Well, I wish I was lifting tomorrow, but I might be in the office again. So we are on a full court press, not just for Guam and the Sinai, but also Yap, the islands of Yap State, and Palau. We have a major conference going on in Palau next week, the Our Ocean Conference. So we have a huge U.S. delegation apparently flying out there in the preparations this weekend. So I've been in contact with folks from the Department of Commerce, the U.S. Embassy over there, and other State Department officials. It's a major, major conference, and they're worried about this weather. So we are having a full court press on weather conditions over there, monitoring the monsoon. Depending on how this thing evolves, they could be getting a significant monsoon surge over the Republic of Palau, which comes on the one-year anniversary of Typhoon Sergei that hit them last April.
All right, one last thing before we clear out of this area here. Talking about Pagasa the other day and an incredible heat wave that they're having in parts of Manila, and telling people, go find air conditioning, otherwise there's heat stroke cases that are happening left and right there. But they're also in are parts of the Philippines under a typhoon watch, right, at this time?
See, I'm not sure what watches and advisories they have, but they are getting some pretty heavy weather. That Invest Area 94W, that's been spinning just east of Mindanao and coastal areas over there in central southern Philippines. They've got a significant rainfall event going on in some of those islands, just constant showers and thunderstorms and gusty winds.
Well, because it's not moving. Take a look at the satellite
moving.
Imagery. It's not moving. It's just sitting over the Philippine Islands. All right, that's why they're getting just deluged, which means there's going to be flooding in Manila, which means don't wear your nice shoes when you go out. Listen, I got to run. 6:49 in the morning. You have a terrific day.
Absolutely. You go run.
I'll see you at the 5K tomorrow. Or somebody that looks like you at the 5K tomorrow. I don't know. 12 years they've lived on Guam. 12 years, and they're going for a world record, going to build themselves a Lincoln Logs tower.
Oh, I can't wait,
looking like the Willis Tower. Well, you have to wait. It's in June sometime. Be at Gagnon Shopping Center. 6:49 in the morning. 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone numbers. We make our way through all the stories that we're talking about. Still nothing new from the guys over at the police department about what's happening on the intersection of 16 and 27 over by the McDonald's there. Here's the deal. You guys got to be my eyes and ears because there have been some changes in the way information gets out of GPD and GFD. So if you see something happening out there, if you see some of the traffic opening up or whatever, hit me up on the meme machine, 7978255, 7978255. If you've got other artwork, if you've got some pictures or videos that somebody maybe had sent you, 7978255, and we'll talk about all of that stuff. Front page of today's Guam Daily Post, ladies and gentlemen. The brewing storm to pass south of Guam as soon as Sunday. You heard what Landon had to say.
Correct, Ray.
Thank you very much. So we can never mind that story there, but we'll move on to the other ones here. It's getting worse. Residents don't agree Guam is a safer place. Maybe because you got bodyguard, and you got Big Jeff. The first husband, the first dude who's out there, he keeps you safe.
Forearms.
But everybody, oh my God, you ever see that guy walking?
He's strong, man.
Like Superman, and with a hat. But anyway, so you got that story there. We'll talk about that with a little bit more because I've got the magistrate reports to get through here, and you just go, that kind of thing shouldn't happen in a safe place, a safe island here that we've got. Every day there's a story about cops on the street. Just doing a pullover, random pullover. Here's a guy, got that license plate. It just, doesn't have one in the front. It only got one in the back. And how about this? The license plate in the front doesn't match the one in the back. I think I'm going to pull this guy over and see what's going on. And they get in there, and the story is always about how the guy is nervous, gritting his teeth, his eyes are darting in and out, and the unmistakable smell of cat pee. That's how you know you've got a meth guy.
He's got a meth guy. Cops.
Yeah. And they don't even bother hiding the stuff. The one we told you about yesterday, the guy opened the door, and right there on the floor of the car, there's all of his meth tools, his meth goodies, as it were. And then there was some more stuff they found in the car, and they don't even try to hide it. They're not afraid of the police. They're not afraid of the criminal justice system. Cops do the arrest. They take him over to the courthouse, and the courthouse. Here's the story. Can you imagine having to be a judge and have all these people parade in front of you smelling like cat pee?
Ooh, yeah.
Just awful. But anyway, so maybe Guam is not as safe as
maybe not.
It's what I have said. It's what I've said. You get these guys, and they got these big, huge American gas guzzling SUVs, right? And they got the dark mirror tint in the back. And here's the thing: the tint is to prevent them from being able to see outside the car because they don't want to know what it looks like and what the circumstances are for the people. So we've got this whole mirror thing going on inside the car. They cannot look out of it so that they can't see what it is. They can't see the mighty town, apartments with the graffitied cars all over the place and slingshots and the landlords that don't do crap
everywhere,
even though they know they're people. Well, like I said, like the guy says, as long as the rent's coming in, who are we to say how these people live in our places? Then you got this story here: public school students to stay masked, as in it doesn't matter what the governor says about lifting of the mask mandates outdoors, lifting of the mask mandates maybe by the 5th of May indoors. They're saying that public school students are going to stay masked through the end of the school year. And there might be some survey opportunities. I took a look at this and thought, thank God I don't have any children in the public health scene, because I'm one of those guys that fiercely opposes masks to begin with, but also think that masks on children is a unique form of child abuse. There's something that I put up on the screen yesterday. One of the guys in the meme machine sent it over yesterday, and I put it on because I thought, this is kind of interesting, and maybe there's a whole lot of truth to it. And it's a picture of a little girl, and it says, "Then masks and lockdowns will save our children." Now, 2 years later, 20-point drop in average IQ, and 2-year-olds unable to read facial expressions from each other or their parents or their peers because they can't see anything. A little bit later on, Chanel's going to be in the studio from Public Health, and although I've advised her that this is a mask-free zone because she works at Public Health and at the behest of the governor and the director, she's got to wear her mask indoors. It's just what she's got to do. And you will note when she's talking on the camera, she might be as animated and crazy about whatever it is that I'm talking about as anybody else. But unless she moves her eyes one way or the other, you're not going to be able to tell whether she's smiling under the mask or if she's frowning under the mask or if she's sticking her tongue out under the mask or if she's got, boogers in her teeth or something like that. You're not going to be able to see that because of the mask mandates. And I think that that's something that we should not be subjecting our children to, especially given the numbers. We're not seeing a whole lot by way of casualties and spread among kids of that age. So why bother with it? You know why? You know why? You want to know why? I'll tell you why. Because these kids come from parents who have drank too much of the Kool-Aid, too much of the fear porn about COVID.
Oh, yeah.
There's the parents don't even want to send their kids to school. They're so freaked out about COVID-19.
I just got a vision of the Kool-Aid guy busting through your wall there, man.
Oh, man, I miss Saturday morning cartoons. Hey, we got to do that. So I'll wake up early tomorrow and go find Saturday morning cards. I mean, like the good ones from when we were kids. I mean, they got to be out there somewhere, right? Who am I looking at on the Facebook Live here? Perlita de la Mar Garcia is there. Big Sister Shelley watching on YouTube TV but cannot chit chat. Happy Friday, she says. Sarah Lake, always saving LLG seriously. Mike Grace Bloss online. Joanne Titano, Lady D, Therese Huggan, and plenty more. Go ahead and give me your comments. I do note that I got a couple of additions on the meme machine and a video, but I don't know what kind. It's not a video. The intersection of Route 16 and Harmon, light is on there, and look at that, Ghost Town. That's what Shanghai looks like right
Sun's
now.
up, yeah.
No cars anywhere, and we've got a vehicle out there parked in the middle of it. And it looks like they're going to continue the investigation for a little bit longer. But sunrise over that part of the island has already taken place. Front page of the Pacific Daily News, tax cut worries agencies. Was that a surprise? Joe Titano II, when you wrote that, were you surprised to see that the folks over in the government of Guam were not going to be all that enthusiastic about what happens if they were to lose some of this liquid fuels tax money? Because, the government of Guam is broke, right? They don't have it. Wait. They have $60 million worth of excess revenue here. And clearly they're not going to give it back to me by way of a rebate. How about if you can save me some money over at one of the many cash registers that I've got to visit on a regular basis? How about you save me some dough on gasoline taxes and diesel and aviation fuel and things like that? So they all got together yesterday over at the legislature, and they say that could cost between $9.6 million and $10.5 million a year in revenues for all of these funds. And then here comes the guys that are the beneficiaries of these funds, starting with Vince Areola. And then there's Richard Ibanez of the Guam Regional Transit Authority.
Hey, Rich.
Also reading testimony opposed to the bill, said he believed that it would imperil Transit's already slim annual budget of $2.6 million. Rich, I'll give you a piece of advice here. Absolutely free, bro. Raise your fees for riding the bus on Guam. The idea is it's not supposed to be free. It's not supposed to be near free. It is supposed to be an alternative to people buying cars, paying insurance, and buying their own gas. So you need to figure out what the actual cost of moving those buses is around the community and charge then appropriately. And then you should be able to live on your own revenues at that department. There's absolutely no reason that there should be anything else coming in to save your hiney on that. At face value, repealing the liquid fuels tax looks good, but in the long run, will it do us good? Then you got the guys over at the Mayor's Council and a bunch of other folks that are coming through trying to protect the meager grains of rice in their little rice bowl before Therese Terlai and other right-thinking members of the 36th Guam legislature. And so where's this going to end up? I don't know. How much of this might be kabuki, just going through the motions to say that, well, we tried, but golly, we just couldn't get through the mayors. We just couldn't get through mass transit. We just couldn't get through DPW. And now they've got the unenviable task of finding alternative sources of revenue. And Therese Terlai says, well, we'd like an opportunity to use that excess revenue. Les Carlson said on the radio that's probably not going to happen. Anyway, 7 o'clock in the morning, we're getting darn close to Fox News Live. Find out what the big deal is. And the big breaking story on Fox News and others was we've got a new Supreme Court justice, first African-American American woman that has been made a Supreme Court justice. We know that she's a judge and somebody with significant JD credentials, but not a biologist. She is not a Don't show her children and say which one is the boy, which one is the girl. She's not going to be able to tell you because she's not a biologist.
Tishana, right?
Get it through.
Name, or
what's that?
Tishana or Shawanda? I forget.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming your way. On the other side of that, Montesilva Time with a look at all the big news and headlines that we're going to be covering for you today. And then Jerry Roberts has got the Friday version of the Extra Point. It's all ahead right here, 93.3 KUSG. I got you. We are The Point.
A barrier broken. Lisa Brady, Fox News. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson becomes the first black woman to be nominated and confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court.
This has been a long, hard road as we try to get to greater equality, less bigotry in America.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer calls today's vote inspiration to keep moving forward. Majority Whip Dick Durbin says he respects the 3 Republicans who voted with Democrats.
I can't say enough for the 3. Collins, Murkowski, and Romney. They came through and took grief for it.
Some other Republicans arguing Jackson will be a liberal justice who undermines constitutional rights. She'll take Justice Stephen Breyer's seat when he retires this summer. President Biden just out with a statement commending the UN General Assembly for voting to suspend Russia from its Human Rights Council. Russia called the vote illegal, but later said it was giving up the seat. The U.S. Senate voting earlier to suspend normal trade relations with Russia over the war in Ukraine and to ban oil imports. A man accused of pretending to be a federal agent will stay in custody for now.
A federal judge in Washington orders Arian Taherzadeh held pending a detention hearing. The 40-year-old and another man, 36-year-old Haider Ali, are accused of impersonating a federal agent and attempting to infiltrate federal law enforcement and national defense agencies. That the pair gave free apartments and other gifts to U.S. Secret Service agents who are now also on paid leave. Prosecutors say Haider has some connection with Pakistani intelligence, with both Pakistani and Iranian visas.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. The FBI raiding a luxury apartment building in Washington where the men were staying and offering free apartments to Secret Service agents and officers. The White House says the president still has confidence in the Secret Service director. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
A new round of COVID questions for the White House after several high-profile COVID cases this week.
Anyone who is going to be around the president is tested. Every member of the staff is on a regular testing protocol. If you're going to see him in person, whether you're traveling with him or you're meeting in the Oval Office, you will be tested.
Spokeswoman Jen Psaki also says House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is not considered a close contact despite events with the president this week. She tested positive. He tested negative last night. A surprise for scientists who spent 10 years crashing atoms together to measure the mass of fleeting fundamental particles. They discovered more mass than expected, which could mean a mystery particle accounting for the difference or an entirely new phenomenon that would call into question the model physicists use to understand the workings of the universe. The results published today in the journal Science still need to be verified by other experiments. Golf's first major event of the year gets the internet buzzing.
Google reveals U.S. searches for how many birdies will be made at the Masters spiked over 3,800% over the last week. The tech company seeing a surge of recent searches about the tournament, including Masters pairings and Masters par 3 tee times. With Why Is Phil Mickelson Not Playing in the Masters doubling in search interest. Tiger Woods returning, sparking buzz. How many Masters has Tiger won? A top trending question on the site. Iron, said to be the most searched golf club in the U.S. since 2004, followed by putter. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Even the fist pumps are back for Tiger Woods, finishing round 1 at the Masters at 1 under par in the top 10, a year after the car crash that left him with a severely injured and surgically repaired right leg. Last time he played competitively was 18 months ago. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate with cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. For others put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. No details on an apparent serious accident that took place in Harmon early this morning, but police did say that there is a traffic investigation that's underway along Route 16, in particular over by the McDonald's. They did say that all traffic in that area will be shut down. We are receiving word and some video of an apparent shooting that took place as well. Seems to be in the same area. Again, few details, actually no details are being released, but the video does indicate or does display an individual who may have been shot. Again, the details of that incident is not being disclosed by the Guam Police Department. We are told that emergency officials, police and fire officials are on the scene of the accident. Again, if you are headed into the area of Route 16, over by the intersection of McDonald's, you are urged to turn around, as you will be. That traffic has been shut down. You will be turned around anyway. Meanwhile, the National Weather Service keeping an eye on a tropical depression that could bring some bad weather our way this weekend. That system is Tropical Depression 02W, developing down by Chuk and is expected to bring some wet weather to that area today. They do say it should be in our region by Sunday or Monday morning, bringing us some tropical depression type weather. Meanwhile, the island may soon be lifting some or part of the mask mandate, but masks for kids at school will still be in place. The governor started the 14-day countdown yesterday with the outdoor mask mandate expected to be lifted possibly by April 19th. But the Department of Education, they say they're going to wait a little bit longer as it continues to implement COVID-19 mitigation measures in the public schools. Meanwhile, a bill was introduced at the legislature that could give a waiver to the Department of Education to do away with the 180-day instructional day requirement for this year. Bill 287 by Senator Talina Nelson was introduced. It addresses as well the 75 hours of service learning that's required for high school seniors in order for them to graduate. Superintendent John Fernandez told the Guam Daily Post that he hopes for final approval of the waivers by the end of the month. as the current school year concludes in May. Senator Nelson's office does plan to hold a public hearing on the bill on April 18th. We'll have more news right after this.
Just in time for Lent, it's our delicious BK Big Fish Sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded with crispy panko, topped with sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available, our Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Enjoy your Lenten season with French fries and a refreshing brewed sweet or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season, now available at BK Hagutnya, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and at the airport. BK your way.
A teenager accused of repeatedly molesting a young girl has denied the charges against him in the Superior Court. 18-year-old Joshua Valencia pleaded not guilty to numerous charges of criminal sexual conduct. He's now out of prison on a $20,000 personal recognizance bond. He was placed under house arrest and ordered to stay away from his alleged victim. According to the court documents, the sexual abuse occurred between December of 2017 and March of this year. The victim reported being sexually assaulted numerous times between the ages of 8 and 12. Meanwhile, the jury's still out on the trial of Rudy Kanata, who was charged in the killing of Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez. The jury spent about 5 days so far deliberating and has not been able to come back with a unanimous decision. And 2 men charged in connection with a 2020 drive-by shooting in Agana Heights appeared in court yesterday. 23-year-old Nicholas Wayne Moore and 27-year-old Eric Benjamin Salone both pleaded not guilty to aggravated assault and terrorizing, along with weapons charges. Both waived their right to a speedy trial. Moore is also charged with separate murder investigation. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
Crazy stuff that going on this morning. Going back to the top story, what we believed was like just an accident on Route 16 and Route 27 over by the McDonald's, what I refer to as the McDonald's intersection down there. Car on fire, and that was the initial video that we got. You got a couple of pictures of fire guys putting the fire in the car out, and all of a sudden, we put out the calls. Anybody else got any other video? And sure enough, there is other video that is floating around that now indicates clearly that this is some kind of a police shooting. You can make out, and I'll put it up on the screen. I played it during the newscast while you were talking about it. There's an individual who appears to be walking around the center lanes there, holding some kind of a weapon. Looks like maybe one of those ARs. Police officers kind of in the area, maintaining an eye on him, and pretty soon the camera will shake a little bit, and the individual that you see on the screen will be on the ground. And you'll see here in just seconds, members of the Guam Police Department and whatever rapid response team they've got are going to be running towards him, disarming him, and then applying whatever aid is going to be necessary. And then the video just kind of stops. But very, very clearly, and this is in the midst of a burning car in the area as well. So there's a whole lot to this story that's not out there, a bag of question marks that's in front of everybody. Appreciate what you might be hearing about and videos that you might have. 797-8255. Riz, thanks very much for sending that particular video in. But we're beginning to get it and other videos from different perspectives from a variety of places. So I think it will be interesting to stitch all of these together at some point and try to sort out what this story was. Who is this guy? Why was he standing in the middle of the road with a weapon? What was going on there, and what eventually led to him being shot? What is his current condition? Those are some of the questions that we'd ask. But like I said, active investigation, and perhaps maybe there are still ongoing details, ongoing parts of this story that are taking place right now. We'll see what we can get for you before the end of the program. At 7:12 in the morning, here's the weather that we've got for you. Mostly sunny today. Highs near 88 degrees. That's what Landon said. He said it was going to be a nice day. Going to have trade winds all over the place. Highs near 88 degrees. East winds blowing to 20 miles an hour, gusting as high as 25. For tonight, partly cloudy skies. Overnight lows about 77 degrees, and more of those gusty winds about 22 miles an hour. For tomorrow, and they say that the weather is going to be turning, might be a little bit more tropical, I think was the word that he used. Partly sunny, highs near 87 degrees, showers, thunderstorms in the forecast over the next couple of days between here and Sunday as well. I'm hoping that shear of dry air and high pressure keeps everything pushed down so that we might find ourselves a Grill Marks weekend. Fingers crossed one way or the other. It's 7:13, news and weather together on The Point.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit GTA.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
7:14 in the morning. Before we get to sponsor blurbs and things like that, Candid now is reporting news from the independent investigative team. That is an outfit based on an MOU that whenever there's an officer-involved shooting, they go into action. They've apparently made a report. A Guam Police Department officer discharged his service firearm, resulting in the death of a member of the public. Pursuant to the MOU, the GPD immediately notified the OAG, and the investigators have responded at the scene. At this time, the investigation has established that the pursuit of a car ended at the intersection of Harmon Loop Road and Route 16. In the ensuing moments, an officer discharged his firearm, striking an individual. The individual, transported to Guam Regional Medical Center, later pronounced dead. The situation is still currently under active investigation by the IIT. The OAG and GPD are committed to a thorough investigation while recognizing the transparency is critical to public confidence in the process. As the investigation into the circumstances of this shooting proceeds, additional information will be shared with the public as quickly as possible while protecting the integrity of the investigation. Now, to the degree that the investigation is going to include a number of viral videos, those are also some of the screen caps are also attached to the Candid story. But as I said, beginning to put a little bit more meat on this bone, exactly what happened. So the cops were chasing somebody, and the chase ended with this guy over at the intersection, stands outside the car with a weapon, what it looks like a weapon, and a police officer discharges his gun in the execution of his duties, and the man now is dead. Now, that's the information that we have at this time. How is this going to affect you one way or the other? Well, you got the by gosh, by golly things that we can talk about. But if you're just kind of on the road trying to make your way into your Friday, expect delays through that area. Here it is, a bird's eye view of what's happening in the 16 Harmon Loop Road intersection. And it's all bad. We've got the cops that are going to turn you around. If you make it as far as the Micronesia Mall, you're probably going to get turned around. Same thing if you're coming in from the overpass, underpass. Expect some delays through there. There are already a lot of cars. There's a school over there, number one, and there's already a lot of cars between the McDonald's and GFA, and it looks like we've got traffic at a standstill. So if you're coming in from Dededo, forget about Route 27. That's nothing but heartache there. You want to go continue your trip until you get past the Micronesia Mall, and then make whatever turns through whatever peekaboo streets you need to get to. If you work in that area, sorry about that, but it's going to be a long wait for you. Already joining traffic up in Attica and trying to get to Marine Corps Drive. It's going to be a nail-biter here for this morning, so sit back and enjoy the radio while you can. 7:17, portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, global presence, and a local home, also being brought to you by the guys over at Mescla, and we're getting down to the last couple of Fridays in Lent, and you know what that means. It means these great Lenten favorites are going to be going away. We got fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, and parrotfish escabeche, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and plenty more. Make your reservations for Mescla lunch or dinner this weekend, 479-2652. Celebrate the Lenten season and all the great food at Mescla.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Torn, I tell you, torn. So many stories out there that are worth talking about, including what is being referred to as, are you ready for it? Is it fear porn? Is it real? The COVID rebound. Just when you thought it was safe to toss your masks here, we've got this COVID cases rising again in half of the states, although national totals continue to fall. Even though we're watching national totals continue to fall, please continue to be afraid for just a little bit longer. The Omicron subvariant BA.2 is the dominant strain circulating around the U.S., accounting for almost 3 out of 4 cases. With in-person gatherings ramping up, COVID has sickened several House and cabinet members who we need to feel sorry for. We always need to feel sorry for House and cabinet members. Yet again, the reminder, we're not out of the woods with this pandemic. The highly contagious subvariant surged through parts of Europe, but probably will spare many Americans, partly due to the winter's Omicron surge. We already had it. We're not going to get another version of this again. U.S. officials said they aren't expecting a big rise in hospitalizations or death, but it gives more time for Fauci to continue to be relevant one way or the other. 7:19 in the morning, and an interesting story here from our own Guam International Airport. Okay. Boeing 737 MAX jets. You remember? They were the big MAX jets, and they crashed, and everybody said, well, maybe we ought to ground these things for a while. Apparently, there was one here. Boeing, this is a big story. This story in the Google alerts for Guam is far bigger than anything else. It eclipses even the governor's statements that we're safe. We've got this Boeing 737 MAX meant for China Eastern Airlines. Their subsidiary, Shanghai Airlines, is flying from Guam to Shanghai. Flight tracking website showed. Actually went up yesterday amidst uncertainty over when the model will resume flying in China. The Boeing BOE 631 comes more than 3 weeks after the first 737 MAX bound for Chinese customers since a 2019 grounding began its journey from Seattle to Boeing's completion plant in Jushan. The plane, painted in Shanghai Airlines livery, had been stuck on the ground in Guam since March 15th due to a minor technical issue. It is due to land, was due to land about 11:30 Shanghai local time yesterday in the lockdown city of Shanghai.
Oh, it's just minor, Ray.
It's just it's all right.
Come on, get on the plane,
these
everybody.
Planes can fly with just one engine. That's the amazing thing. And we've got steps that we take in the pointy end of the airplane to make sure that if one pilot gets sick, the other one will be able to take the yoke and
they got the
inflatable
pilot
continue
too.
The flight. But the question is, here's the thing, is all of our we got friends all over the place, right? And nobody told us that there was one of these 737 MAX airliners from the Shanghai Airlines on Guam. That would have been something to go
They got
and look
hush
at.
money, Ray.
Yeah.
Hush money.
I'm thinking, where was Hunter Biden the whole time? But it is kind of interesting that we had one of those things around here on Guam. And another story that I don't know that you heard until it's all over. People are pretty good at keeping secrets, or at least maybe I'm just not paying attention. The Royal Marines have completed a sweltering jungle exercise in Guam. Bravo Company of 40 commandos based in Tauntaun, plus detachments from Plymouth-based 47 Commando and 29 Commando, met up with U.S. Marine Corps in the heat of Guam to work on jungle skills and experiment with new tactics. Temperatures soared above 40 degrees centigrade. What's that in American real, Joe?
It's raining men, hallelujah.
79% humidity as the commandos went on jungle ambushes, reconnaissance patrols, break contact drills, and beach raids alongside Cherokee Company Battalion Landing Team 1-5 of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit. Quote, this was all carried out using techniques from both sides of the pond, and we learned valuable lessons throughout, mainly an experimental exercise involving jungle patrolling, contact drills, land-to-sea defensive techniques, and working at reach with limited support. The bootnecks helped push the boundaries of American tactics known as the Expeditionary Advanced Base Operations. All sees small teams deployed with limited support, something commandos are experts in, to islands or choke points for intelligence gathering and to restrict the movement of enemy forces in strategically important areas. Doesn't say too much about what else they did, how long they were here.
So these are the Queen's Marines?
They're the Royal Marines, I guess. That would be
UK?
it.
Yeah.
UK.
Right.
I looked for a map. I asked Google, where is this Taunton place that we're talking about? And you know where Downton Abbey is? Downton Abbey, apparently not too far away from that. It's in the area of the Somerset County Cricket Club. They have such great words in England. Bishop's Hull, whatever that is, or Norton Fitzwarren. in that area. So maybe I'm
Governor.
Exactly.
You know something? If any of the Queen's Marines are still on island, they're gonna come down here and kick your behind.
They're gonna Will Smith me. They're gonna come and Will Smith me. How dare you?
The Royal Marines.
How dare you, sir? Speaking of the Royal Marines in such a way. Don't you know we're all seasoned men of the Troll? Troll is actually a place name. Troll. There was one of my favorite writers, a guy named Douglas Adams. Him and another dude went and looked at all of the traffic signs, a bunch of signage in England, and changed all the definitions. You know, there's a thing. There's that wiggly dance your beer can will do in a puddle of its own condensation. That's a troll. That's the name of it. And so a great book if you get a chance to go and read that. 7:24 in the morning. Lots and lots of stuff going on. Jerry Roberts in the Safe Zone. Welcome back. I'm glad that you made it. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes. It's always good to have that. Today, an extra point that's got to take us clear till Monday. It's got to be that good. Now I don't want to preconceive anything, but usually on Fridays we do quotes.
It's something.
Is this a quotes Friday?
It's a quotes Friday.
All right, I love Quote Friday. All right, well here it comes. Brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry Robertson, Quote Friday. Go.
Today, another set of quotations that hopefully will make us think a little bit. The topic is the value of asking questions, and that's coming next on the Extra Point.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with Daily Insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
I'd plan to offer some suggestions today for managers and HR executives who want to be less affected by the so-called Great Resignation. We talked about that yesterday, and we'll try to squeeze that in next week. I got sidetracked by the thought of why don't we ask better questions of our elected officials? That led to the whole issue of asking questions, and here we are. A lot of folks have weighed in on this topic. Here we are with questions about asking questions. The key to wisdom is this: constant and frequent questioning. For by doubting, we are led to question. By questioning, we arrive at the truth. French philosopher Peter Abelard. It is better to debate a question without settling it than to settle a question without debating it. Think about that just a little bit. And that's French moralist and writer Joseph Joubert. Thabo Mbeki, I think I pronounced that correctly, former president of South Africa, said, "I think that probably the most important thing about our education was that it taught us to question even those things we thought we knew. A prudent question is one half of wisdom." British painter Francis Bacon. If you do not know how to ask the right question, you discover nothing. W. Edwards Deming, American engineer, author, and management consultant. Albert Einstein said, "The most important thing is never to stop questioning." A plain question and a plain answer make the shortest road out of most perplexities. Can I say this one again? A plain question and a plain answer make the shortest road out of most perplexities. Mark Twain had that one. Catherine Pulsifer, an inspirational writer, always question the why. Don't be satisfied with only knowing the how. No man really becomes a fool until he stops asking questions. Charles Steinmetz, German-American mathematician and electrical engineer. Chinese philosopher Confucius said, "The one who knows all the answers has not been asked all the questions." Civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others?" My greatest strength as a consultant is to be ignorant and ask a few questions. Peter Drucker, author and management expert. And the last five are all anonymous. I never learn anything by talking. I only learn things when I ask questions. There are no right answers to wrong questions. Never ask a question unless the answer makes a difference. Successful people ask better questions, and as a result, they get better answers. And the last one is perfect for the times that you and I are living in, with the manipulation at the hands of those who seek to manipulate us. If they can get you asking the wrong questions, they don't have to worry about giving you the right answers. Ouch. That's the extra point. Be responsible. It's true, isn't it? Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Oh, absolutely. These are the most interesting and perplexing times that are before us and have not seen the likes of for an awful, awful long time. Between all the different kinds of spins that you can get and then just wondering about the source of them. It's like hearing the governor say, we're safer here. And then, very next day, we've got an officer-involved shooting on Route 16. Yeah. But apparently we're not safe everywhere is something that needs to be addressed. 7:29 in the morning, Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point, again brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. You have a great weekend. Montecillo Tyrant has got news and headlines coming up, being brought to you by my friends over at Burger King, celebrating 33 years. They've got the new Whopper Melt, and they're only going to be here for a limited time. It's still Friday in Lent, so make sure that you check out the Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. News at 7:30, also brought to you by Lolita Cammett with Hoffaday Realty, principal broker Joe D. Duenas, and you can call her at 688-6743 and ask her about real estate in the safe zone. Now, with news and weather here, just the news here, Montecillo, Batira, and Havamana. What happened?
Well, there's breaking news from Candid this morning as police apparently shot and killed a man following a car chase early this morning along Route 16. We initially indicated that it was a traffic accident. We're told by Candid. They report that the independent investigative team out of the Attorney General's office has been activated after a police officer fired his weapon, resulting in the death of a man. The man was seen in the video that's already gone viral. He was armed with a weapon on the roadway. You see him fall apparently after he was shot. As Candid reports, the investigation so far has established that police were pursuing this vehicle in a chase. It ended on Route 16 at the intersection over by the McDonald's restaurant. The individual was transported to GRMC after he was shot. He was pronounced dead. The situation is under investigation. Meanwhile, the National Weather Service keeping an eye on that system developing down by Chuk. It's Tropical Depression 02W. It's expected to further develop as it moves toward the Mariana Islands. They say that it may not hit us directly or cause too much damage, but they are saying keep an eye out for this system as they will be watching it as well throughout the weekend. They do say it will bring some wet weather and some possible heavy winds, and flooding is also a big possibility. And the island may be looking at lifting the mask mandate on April 19th. However, the Department of Education says that they plan on keeping their kids in the mask, at least until they address their mitigation measures in the public schools. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
I still don't get it. If the outdoor mask mandate gets lifted and the indoor mask mandate gets lifted, then why are they going to keep it in the schools?
Kids got boogers.
They've always had boogers. They've always had boogers. And you've worked in the daycare industry, and that's the time when the parents need the daycares and the schools the most is when the kids have the boogers, because you don't want them in the house, and you got to take time off of work to do all that. So when kids get the boogers, then you send them to school.
Off, and then they'll be exposed to a whole bunch of new things and just start all over again.
I wish we had them when we were in school, man.
What's that, masks?
Yeah, we could have hit our cheat sheets in there and right tiny.
Yeah, right tiny on the mask, and just every once in a while. 3.1416. Okay, got it.
Hey, you're giving some ideas.
Trust me. I'm sure the kids have already got those ideas. Mom, only buy me the kind with the white on the inside. Okay, don't buy me the black ones, because that's I don't look good in those. Mom. It's 7:32 on the Ray Gibson Show. We got more on the way. An opportunity to speak with Kaz Endo, find out about what is on his mind, and a growing number of ways that this community is reaching out to find ways to pay tribute to Paul Shimizu. Back page of today's Pacific Daily News, Remembering Paul Shimizu by Jojo Santo Tomas. And there is not one person that ever met Paul once that didn't come away with an experience worth bragging about these days. And as I'm fond of saying, the family's going to be looking for those memories. So be generous with them. And I think Kaz has got a way for folks to be able to share their unique memories with Paul. We'll talk about that as the program continues. But while I'm talking about back pages of newspapers here, is it time for low-key brag? Yeah, I'm a big time, not low key. This is gonna be a big time brag here. Angels, Cougars, Blue, Notch Beach volleyball wins. Although the Guam Adventist Academy Angels just recently joined the IIAAG. The Windward Hills-based squad delivered a brilliant performance on Wednesday against the Academy of Our Lady of Guam Cougars Gray squad in Harmon. Despite not having a full three-team roster, the Angels defeated the Cougars 2-1. Now, there was a match that the Academy ladies won. It was AOLG Blue and a couple of members on that team, Patrice Judikpa and Mayumi Gibson. I know that girl.
Yeah, I know both those girls.
Yeah, so we got the back page of today's Guam Daily Post, and there's a picture of them returning some of the volleyballs, putting them over the net at the GFA's beach volleyball court. Can I tell you how disappointed I was?
She gets her athleticism from her mom.
Go, Dad.
Yeah, whatever. Anyway, so
she gets her beachness from her dad.
Definitely.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, can I just say how disappointed? This gonna sound out like the super worst dad thing to say, but she's like, okay, Dad, I got beach volleyball. I'm playing for the team in the beach volleyball, and I got a game this afternoon. I said, oh, Jimmy's, and she said, no, GFA. And I said, well, I don't even know what GFA is. You notice I've been using it a lot today, but because I've rediscovered what it is. So that's the Guam Football Association has got. Yeah, they got that soccer thing.
Yeah.
And off on one side is a beach volleyball sit-up.
Sandlot.
Yeah, they got a sandlot basically there. And
it's like a beach, Ray.
It's not a beach. It's not Jimmy D's.
We have lots of beaches.
I can't go buy a bucket of beer in a thing.
But we got beaches. I mean, why would you have to have it somewhere else?
I don't know. But I found out.
Surrounded by beaches.
What I found out was
that is cool.
There's nobody there that will hassle you if you come in with a cooler, and they're not going to peek into the cooler and go, "You probably shouldn't be drinking here, my
smell
kids."
your breath.
As long as you're not vaping, everything will be all right. 7:35 in the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way after these.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Hey, what did the grilled cheese sandwich say to their date?
What'd they say?
You make me melt.
Oh, so cheesy. But not as cheesy as Subway's latest Eat Fresh, Refresh menu innovation. The new Fresh Melts with 3 times the cheese. Fresh Melts are the cheese lover's holy grail. Fresh Melts combine freshly baked breads and your favorite meats topped with a triple load of cheese. All grilled to warm, toasty perfection. Try the ham and cheese melt, tuna melt, or steak and cheese melt to start. Best of all, you can make any footlong into a fresh melt. At Subway, eat fresh.
7:36, and it is a nightmare. Anything north of Route 16 is going to be a real struggle, I think, for folks to get through here. We've got most of the traffic coming out of Jigo and Dededo, and you're going to get paused and staged up around Ipalpal and into that intersection over at Waiseng Song. A lot of traffic on the other side of the street coming in from Laddie Heights, and everybody trying to get through the same stretch of roadway that will take you south of Payless. But the problem is Route 27, Harmon Loop Road, is just jam-packed. Traffic not moving in that area, and there are a lot of cars that are stalled waiting for an opportunity to get Route 16. The intersection of 16 and 27 is closed right now. All major access points into that area are sealed off as a result of an early morning police officer-involved shooting, originally categorized as an accident, a traffic incident, because that's what GPD said it was. But as it turns out, a cop had to use a weapon and discharged a weapon at a guy because he would not put his weapon down. Traffic on at the intersection of 1 and 3, looking at real ugly traffic on Route 3, getting to Marine Corps Drive, and then past that, where it's going to meet up with traffic over by DPW and Kmart, and that ain't looking very good either. You might be wondering where you might be able to catch a break. Well, Route 8's not as busy as it usually is.
Just stay home. It's ugly everywhere.
The governor said we're safer, but I don't believe her, so I'm staying home. And so we've got a little bit of dogging out traffic in the usual spots on Route 8. Route 4, not so bad. Some of the usual places for residents coming in from the south are going to busy up here in just a few minutes. And, of course, Big Navy in Sumai has seen better days. 7:38, there is your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Here at Nimitz Towers, we're a large-scale rental complex. We have over 20 employees, and when the pandemic hit, our concerns were people not being able to work, loss of revenue and income, and luckily, Due to PPP, we were able to keep all our employees employed, working. We were able to provide services, maintenance, and cleanliness for the building and the operation. Also, the rental assistance program helped us stay solvent during the pandemic and helped us keep the tenants in place.
We're thankful for Congressman San Nicolas advocating for these funds on our behalf in Washington, D.C.
If you have any concerns about any federal issues, feel free to contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Thank you for the federal funds. You know, it doesn't roll off the tongue. I think there are a couple of guys that were in there going, okay. My Alexa at the house makes that noise. It's connected to the Ring doorbell in the front. So you know, as I walk into the door of my own house, I hear Alexa say something on the. It sounds like there's motion at the front door, but the way it sounds, kind of because it's over there and kind of muffly in my ears, it makes the noise like.
She's saying, "Shut up, here he comes."
Yeah.
Shut up, here he comes.
Shut up, here he comes.
Thank you for federal funds. There's motion at the front door. It's all it all runs together in my head. So Mana actually taking a deeper look at the traffic map this morning, and she's looking for.
I'm looking for my way home. How am I going to get home?
Back road. Take the back road from here. Go all the way up to Anderson Air Force Base, and take back road down. So what we're looking at here is kind of the H frame. So we've got we got the what is that road there coming out of Laddie Heights down to Marine Corps Drive, and you can see how busy it is leading up to the KFC, and so there's a lot of people saying, well, I know, I'll take Macheche. Macheche will get me out. There won't be any problems. I'll be able to get to Macheche and then come out by the Ocean Vista 76, right? Not really. It looks like that is everybody else got the same idea, and that's why that red line through Leche Macheche is running a whole lot slower, and not a whole lot of people have managed to make it to the intersection. There it is. You can see the intersection of Macheche and Route 16. There's not a lot of traffic there. You know why? Because they haven't made it there yet. It's a big slowdown, major headache going on there based on some a traffic incident, as was originally described by the police department early this morning. And I'm not sure. I'm having a hard time putting a timeline on this because I got the first blurb from the cop shop about just about 5 o'clock, just after 5 o'clock this morning. But some of the video that I'm seeing, in fact, one of the videos that I saw of the car beginning to burst into flames was taken at the drive-thru at McDonald's. So there was.
I thought you were kidding.
No, it was a picture taken by a customer in the drive-thru at McDonald's, just kind of looking at everything. And obviously, by this time, it was maybe just the spectacle of a high-speed police chase ending right in front of them, and then the car catches on fire. And
when I was leaving my McDonald's area this morning, I saw the cops flying by, and I was headed this way. So that was about just before 4 a.m.
Yeah. So I mean. Obviously, some folks out very, very early. Must have been a hell of a party over at Pari's place last night that I missed because I was over at the sidelines. In fact, I don't know if congratulations are due, but I've got a magistrate report here. And it might be, as far as I know, the first time that Pari's place has been mentioned in a magistrate report.
What?
This
brand new.
Right? They just had the grand opening celebration.
I didn't even get to go yet.
Yeah. Well, I might spend some time reading up on those things. Because I printed them out because Guam is a safe place, except for
the intersection.
Certain areas that the governor maybe just doesn't know about here. So I thought maybe I'd break out a couple of these magistrate report stories, so that you can see just how safe the island is. April 6th, 3:30 in the afternoon, police officers responded to a disturbance at a residence in Harmon. Hey, not too far away from where this morning's fireworks are. Evelyn Gogol reported that her friend Chuck had stopped by her residence early that day and began to argue with her brother, Christopher. And the defendant then began to argue with his girlfriend, Gloria, who is Christopher's aunt. The defendant then walked out in the parking lot, got into the victim's silver Jeep, and tried to leave, but the victim attempted to stop him. The defendant then hit the victim with the Jeep, which caused her to fall on the ground and to defecate on herself.
Christopher observed the defendant hit the victim with the Jeep, also observed the defendant collide with the front gate, which forced it open and allowed him to drive out of the area. Cops observed the following injuries on the victim: 2-inch mark on his forehead, abrasions to her elbow, and feces on her inner thighs and calves. The defendant was later located with the victim at a store in Barragata. The victim confirmed the details of the incident and added that she had defecated because she was scared and due to her medical condition. The defendant and the victim have been dating for a year.
Did they make up after this, Ray?
Romeo and Juliet. Just another Romeo and Juliet story. But wait. I'm sure the astute listeners of the broadcast are going, you know what's missing here, Ray? I'm not hearing anything about crystal methamphetamine, am I?
No cat pee.
There's got to be some cat pee in the story.
More.
A search of the vehicle conducted after the defendant's arrest. Police observed a broken glass pipe with a crystalline substance on the front passenger seat, plastic baggie with containing a crystalline substance as well. The contents of the baggie tested for methamphetamine, which yielded a presumptive positive for the drug. Additionally, a disassembled shotgun was located within the vehicle, along with 2 shells of 12-gauge ammo that was found underneath miscellaneous items under the rear passenger side. You know, they keep the guns around to protect them, keep them safe, right?
Yeah.
That helps make Guam safer with all of these other
They've
safe
taken
people.
the training, Ray.
Yeah, I'm sure of it. Anyway, so you got aggravated assault, family violence of one kind or another, and I don't know if there's a separate charge for pooping on yourself after you've been run over by your own Jeep. Do you think maybe there might be something in the Guam Code annotated there? There it is. Another example, ladies and gentlemen, of the nature of our safe and beautiful island. There's another magistrate report about a guy named Cole Cabrera. The cops responded to a report of a traffic collision along Route 1 near the intersection of 1 and 16. A couple of vehicles were identified in it, and one of them was operated by this guy, Cole. The police concluded that Cabrera's vehicle was motoring along Route 1 with the right-of-way when the Ranger failed to yield and pulled out in front of Cabrera. Cabrera's Toyota struck the Ford Ranger in the rear of the vehicle. So you're sitting, why is he getting in trouble? Somebody else got in front of him. He had the right-of-way. Well, that's why we send these guys to cop school. The officer found Cabrera at the crash scene. He identified himself as the driver of the Toyota, not the Ranger. The officer observed Cabrera's demeanor to be sluggish. He had difficulty maintaining his balance. An odor of an intoxicating beverage emitted from his person.
It's hand sanitizer.
Cabrera's difficulty standing was so severe that the officer advised Cabrera to sit down and to avoid injury. He complied. He admitted he was previously at a bar called Pari's Place. He also admitted to consuming at least 4 beers. Cabrera's refused to comply with the implied consent law. No further testing was administered. His driver's license was complicated, and we dragged him over to the place. So there it is, the first time that we see...
Confiscated.
Yes, Ray.
Pari's Place.
It's all complicated.
Man, that's a bummer.
Yeah, right? Just wait a second. This guy, he
admit nothing.
Yeah, admit nothing, deny everything,
Yeah.
make counter
You
accusations.
gotta pull that charade.
7:46 in the morning. There are others, ladies and gentlemen. But I want to try to see if I can find some good news here today. It's John Schneider's birthday from the Dukes of Hazzard.
Wow.
Yeah,
Anybody?
that's a handsome one.
All right, let me give you a couple others. Mana knows this name. It's Izzy Stradlin's birthday. Do you remember where you know Izzy Stradlin's name from?
Who is that?
Izzy Pop?
No.
With a band called Guns N' Roses. Maybe
Oh.
is that ringing a bell for you?
No.
Robin Wright, 56. Patricia Arquette is 54 years old.
Yeah.
Is it me or do her nostrils just get bigger and bigger? Patricia Arquette, I want to say, is the one with the biggest. Either that or the other Arquette. Emma Cauliffe from Buffy the Vampire Slayer is 49. And then there's a couple other names of people I don't know. One of the cute boys from Home Improvement is much older now. Tehran Noah Smith turns 38.
Handsome guy.
Can I tell you what? I mean, it's not small talk portion of the program yet, but just a couple of thoughts in my head. You know what I watched on television yesterday on the Netflix?
No, what did you
I'd never seen it before. And I feel bad because this was actually a good movie and a good vehicle for a lot of British stars. It's a show called Love, actually.
Love Actually.
Yeah. Have you ever seen it?
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. yet.
It's like every
Yes, it's a cute.
every British star you've ever heard of. Yeah, rom-com. There's a bunch of different, there's 5 or 6 bunch of characters or pairs or whatever, and they're all, in one kind of a different place in love or another. And there's good music behind it, and it's what I appreciated about it was pre-COVID. And the most sophisticated cell phone anybody had was one of those Nokias, right? It was just just a great movie without a whole lot of lecturing and a whole lot of critical race theory or whatever. Just and like I said, soundtrack was excellent. So a reminder: all of the movies that they're making these days are crap. So if you want to find something, either go offshore, find a movie that came out of Asia or Europe or someplace like that, or watch old movies when they were still trying to work on things with plots. 7:48 in the Ray Gibson Show. Where are we headed on the table of contents? Are there more magistrate reports that I could treat you to? Absolutely, there are. Wet weather on the way. We've been talking about that. Had landed on the line just an hour ago, and it doesn't look like there's a whole lot for us to be worried about. There's droves of places to the west of us, Yap, Ulithi, Phi, those areas that are seeing some wind and rain right now, all the way up to the Philippines, which has just been under clouds over the last couple of days. So we've got that story about the public school students are going to be staying masked. That's interesting. And then there's the story about the festivals. They had a meeting of the Mayor's Council yesterday, and we spent some time talking to Mayor Jess Allig, but unfortunately, we weren't able to ask about the more probing questions and things that apparently came out in the get together yesterday. One of them is that it's too late now to host the Mango Festival, too late now to host the Coconut Festival, but given the time that we've got left in the year, the Banana Fest may actually happen. Now, there's a part of me that says, why don't we just take all of them and have one big consolidated, every village get together at the same weekend and have a big festival one way or the other. But you can't have a mango festival if we're too close to the end of the mango season, and apparently there's a whole ton of moving parts on these things. Got to get a queen, got to get giveaways, got to get all kinds of things set up in the village for it.
Line up with their the season, right? So banana would be banana season.
Isn't banana season all the time?
I don't know. Mango season.
Mango season for sure is one of those things that generally comes around one time of the year. Again, I think chilies can grow pretty much all the time at people's houses. So maybe there's a way that we can do just one consolidated vertical row of village festivals. Just for no other reason.
Liberation Day.
If for no other reason,
call it a carnival.
People are bored. We just have to see to the safety of everybody. What do you mean? Well, here's what's going to happen. So there is.
Got to have the pit guy go and put a zip line and the rides and stuff together.
Yeah, well,
I think somebody could sponsor it independently.
I'm looking for the rest of the stories here, because they do spend some time talking about, okay, the parade is back on, not going to be the same kind of parade that you and I are used to, and then I'm trying to see if I can get an image up on the screen. This is as close as I'm going to get to it. Senior Citizens reopening May the 2nd, yay! So it looks like they figured out what they need to do between a couple of villages to make sure all of their seniors are going to be okay. And the concern, obviously, is with COVID-19 that we're able to get all of these senior citizens together, perhaps people of a certain age, maybe with certain comorbidities, and not kill them as a result of entertaining them now over at the senior centers. But what I want to point out here is have you seen the new digs for the mayor? Have you seen the new digs for the mayors? Yes.
Oh, I like it.
They have a stage, a podium?
Yes, they've got. It looks like a little legislature.
Yeah.
It looks like someplace maybe like the Mayor's Council, Youth Congress.
Mayor.
Yeah, it looks like that. The Mayor's Council of Guam President Jess Allig and other village leaders discussed the May 2nd reopening as they gathered at the council's new conference room within the J&G Commercial Center in Agana.
The council.
How about that? Okay, question number one.
ARP.
Where's the J&G Commercial Center? Do we know where that is?
Agana, the same place.
Huh?
The same place.
They've just modified it?
Yeah, they've been located in there.
Since forever. Okay, by Paradise Fitness.
Yes.
So Paradise Fitness.
The L-shaped part.
Yeah.
It used to be Riverside.
Riverside.
Yeah. Johnny Cool.
Johnny Cool. Okay, $20 if you can tell me what it was before that, because wasn't it something else before?
Roxbury.
Rocks. Oh my God, Roxbury.
Give me $20.
Jerry's. No, yeah, it was Roxbury.
$20.
How dare
And then
you.
it was Jerry's. It was once Jerry's.
Jerry's back in the 80s. All right, so that's where they are. But apparently they've got the new digs and they've got new surroundings. You know what they've even got here? Oh, my God. Don't anybody ever tell me, don't you ever try to poor mouth me about the government of Guam and the mayors ever again. So they've got all these new digs, got a big video screen up in the front so everybody can see what's on the session agenda while they're meeting. But if you look at the tables, they've all got these little koozies, these little like coffee cups, right? They've got their own mayor's council cups that they have in there.
MCOG cups.
I'm just saying, nobody can ever tell me that we're poor around here because we've got their stuff in there. Doesn't look like the legislature has, for heaven's sakes. But that's among the stories. Senior citizen centers to reopen on May the 2nd. The Liberation Parade will return, but there is no carnival. And the carnival has been a hot potato for members of the mayors for as long as I can remember. It's one of those things where, we're going to do the parade, and then we're going to get the carnival, and we're going to be responsible for raising all kinds of money at the carnival, but nobody wants to go to the carnival unless there's gambling.
Yeah, casino, man.
And then Telena, came out with the bill that says no more gambling in there. And then they came back and said, okay, there's going to be gambling in there, and we're going to make sure that we've got people from the Department of Revenue and Taxation will be there
on site.
while we're open. Yes, on site while we're open to make sure that the government of Guam captures all of that gambling revenue that's supposed to be coming in, for which I think, if I remember correctly, if I don't, Bob Klitsky will send me a note here. My recollection is that not only did it cost more to have people from revenue and tax there watching the receipts than we were able to collect in all of this stuff. Yeah, so and I think that then we had COVID and nobody did carnivals, and I think maybe in the intervening one, the mayors basically said, okay, you know what, we're not doing this anymore. If you want a carnival, governor's office, you do it. You do it. And I think that was at the end of Eddie's last term. You remember that?
I helped do that.
Yep. And so we had what I referred to as the food truck carnival.
Yeah.
where
we had some vendors, but really little participation because there was no gambling.
Because there was no gambling. You sit there at the governor's office and go, well, I guess these guys were right. Nobody wants to come if it's just going to be bounce houses and food trucks. That doesn't fit the definition of a carnival or something like that. Different games of chance, and I don't know.
We had lots of entertainment, though. That was one of the features that we enjoyed.
Right. Well, and finally,
bands
a
and musicians
use for those little houses, the little the homeless hotels that they've got there. Oh, I don't have a picture of it. Somebody that might be in the area, you could snap me a picture and send it to the meme machine here. They've put up signs, not put up signs, but there are stenciled signs on each one of the little houses that we erected, the little village there at Paseo, that say that there's no alcohol or drugs or anything like that that's going to be used there. And it is the ugliest thing that you have ever seen in your life. It's like they took a stencil thing up there and spray painted it, and then went one to the other, and took these things. And I've never been a fan of them, but at least they weren't ugly, right? At least these little stands weren't ugly. But now they are. Now they are, because we couldn't come up with something a little bit more creative and a little bit more aesthetic than just to take the Guam Code Annotated, a little quote from the Guam Code Annotated, and then stencil it up on the walls. Absolutely one of the most disappointing things that I've seen. But that was the other day. I've seen many more disappointing things since then, including the news and the headlines that Guam is a safer place. Residents disagreeing with Auntie Lou on the front page of today's Guam Daily Post. And I love this. People say, what's the big deal about you guys and social media? Social media gives us an opportunity here to be able to continue the conversation. So even though this show ends at 10, we're still video on demand, and there's ways that you can comment on that, and ways that you can reach out to me. So guys over at Guam Daily Post posted the story about the governor saying Guam is a safe place, to which the commentators in social media, and you know how angry they can be, said, you got to be kidding me. With all the deaths going on, the lady says, Moving to page 4, I don't even allow my kids to go outside the house. Neighborhood watch groups have created WhatsApp chat groups and Facebook pages to keep track of crimes occurring in their neighborhoods or to post their own calls for help when thieves get into their homes and leave with household items, jewelry, cars, bikes. And I guess the big thing now is these solar lights that you go and buy. You get the solar panel, a little bit of battery, and then the big light that will keep your neighbors awake all night long. And apparently,
I have them, man.
Apparently, where do you steal those at?
No.
What village has the majority? People put those things up to protect their houses at night from the thieves.
No, you'll see them stealing it with the camera. The camera will be shining on them, and they'll steal that, and then they'll steal the camera.
They don't care. McGill resident Gina Hatter said she thinks the amount of crime has, quote, gotten worse lately, but attributes that at least in part to the pandemic and more people staying at home. She says, it seems like there's more violence in the paper, a lot. From what I've seen in the news, not really, it's getting worse. They're attacking older people, and then there's lots of robberies, even at the post office now. And this must be somebody that remembers hearing Mana being concerned about a robbery.
I wasn't robbed, but my car was broken into.
So I mean, right there in broad morning, skylight in front of the post office, and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot to do. I think law enforcement is doing all they can with what they have to work with. I believe it's pretty decent. I know that crime is down a little right now, says Santa Rita Sumai resident Pete Besipolo. He says it's down. It's got to be. I'll bet she's got a gun. I'll bet you the guy's walking strapped.
He's not scared of anything.
24 hours a day. Yeah, ain't no crime in front of my place because everybody knows my nickname in the village is Mr. Glock. It's 7:59 and change. Tell you what, hear the music off in the background. Fox News is going to be coming your way. Movers and shakers, headline makers all morning long. We'll get them on the line and talk about that while we await the arrival of my spicy Whopper melt from Burger King as they celebrate 33 years. So stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up. Montecillo Tyrant with a look at all the big news and headline stories that are going to be coming your way, and we might get a glimpse into a little bit of what else is happening in the national and international scene. Did not yet give you an opportunity to talk about West Texas crude or tapas. That's all in the way as the Ray Gibson Show continues. 93.3 KUSG. I got you. This is The Point.
History made. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. For the first time, a black woman has been confirmed to the Supreme.
Vice President Kamala Harris presided over the proceedings.
There is, and certainly appears to be, a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
As most senators voted one by one from their desk on the confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to serve as the 116th Supreme Court Justice.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and this nomination is confirmed.
Jackson is the first black woman nominated and confirmed to a Supreme Court seat, though she'll wait to officially become Justice Jackson until Justice Stephen Breyer resigns at the end of the current Supreme Court term this summer.
Fox's Jared Halpern on Capitol Hill. Congress has overwhelmingly voted to suspend normal trade relations with Russia and ban the importing of its oil.
No vile thug like Putin deserves to stand as an equal with the leaders of the free world. He is a menace and a pariah.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The move comes after President Biden called Russian President Vladimir Putin a war criminal over the murders of what's believed to be Ukrainian civilians in the suburbs of Kyiv. The measures now head to President Biden's desk. Additionally, the UN has kicked Russia off its Human Rights Council. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is the latest member of Congress to test positive for COVID.
There are worries about the Speaker's contact with the president. Pelosi canceled a congressional delegation trip she was leading to Asia, including to Taiwan. This comes as a $10 billion COVID bill remains stalled in Congress.
Fox's Chad Pergram, who reports 125 members of Congress have tested positive for COVID this year. Wall Street, the Dow added 87, the NASDAQ plus 8, the S&P gained 19. America is listening to Fox News.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarty Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Job openings have been at record levels, and the latest numbers on the job market indicate layoffs are at record lows.
The number of people filing for unemployment benefits for the first time dropped to the lowest level since 1968 last week. New claims declined by 5,000 to 166,000, considered the smallest number in 53 years. Economists were predicting 200,000 new claims. The government will change the way it estimates jobless claims next week. That includes old mythology from before the pandemic to recent adjustments to make the data more accurate. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Facebook's parent company details how it's been handling a number of security threats related to Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Meta reveals it's removed scam networks and influence campaigns targeting Ukrainians, including disrupting Russian officials trying to promote propaganda about the war in Ukraine, and removing a Russian-based network trying to falsely report people in Ukraine and Russia for Facebook rule violations. Meta's president of global affairs, Nick Clegg, telling reporters, "We are constantly reviewing our policies based on the evolving situation on the ground, and we are actively now reviewing additional steps to address misinformation and hoaxes coming from Russian government pages." Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
A federal judge has tossed out a lawsuit in which the Girl Scouts claim the Boy Scouts are creating confusion and damaging the recruitment efforts through their use of words such as scouts and scouting. The Manhattan judge ruled the Boy Scouts can describe their activities as scouting without referring to gender, and the matter does not need to be put to a jury. The lawsuit was filed a year after the Boy Scouts announced in late 2017 that Boy Scouting and Cub Scouting would be open to girls. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
We're already Pica's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better.
Announcing the point on Alexa.
In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
Howdy and half a day, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC is your go-to place for Lent. All of my delicious KFC Lent favorites are back this season, including the seafood Kelguin, popcorn shrimp, the seafood twister, the wasabi fish sandwich, and the fan favorite, the KFC shrimp burger. And just like my famous KFC chicken, the entire Lent menu is available for delivery. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news. On the point, there was breaking news from Candid News this morning as police apparently shot and killed a man following a car chase that took place and led them all the way to Route 16. Candid reports that the independent investigative team has been activated after a police officer fired his weapon, resulting in the death of a man. The man was seen in the video, already gone viral. He was armed with a weapon on the roadway when he falls, apparently after being shot. As Candid reports, the investigation so far has established that police were pursuing the vehicle, and that chase ended on Route 16 at the McDonald's intersection. The individual was transported to the Guam Regional Medical Center. after he was shot and was pronounced dead at GRMC. The situation is under investigation. Now, as the investigation is underway, traffic is being rerouted. Motorists are urged to take a different route if they are headed toward Route 16. It's now a tropical depression, and that system, while developing, is expected to continue in this general direction. According to the National Weather Service, Tropical Depression 02W will be a storm by this morning. It's expected to pass more than 200 miles south of Guam as soon as Sunday or by Monday morning. The system is still several hundred miles southwest of Chuuk. It's moving west-northwest and is expected to bring Chuuk some heavy weather this morning. The tropical depression, expected to develop into a storm by today, will be packing about 80 to 100 miles per hour winds as it reaches this region Sunday or Monday. The Weather Service not sounding alarms just yet, but they are urging Guam residents and the residents of the Marianas to watch it closely. The Guam Mayor's Council had a busy meeting yesterday with a slew of items on their agenda. One of the big-ticket items is the Liberation Day parade and plans for that. The big event will resume this July 21st after being on hold for the last 2 years. Scaled down, though, from years past, this Liberation Day parade will have no visiting U.S. service members and no Liberation Queen. And the mayors did say that there will also be no carnival this year. The Mayor's Council President Jesse Alleg says that the goal is to have all 19 villages represented in the parade. Now, Alleg also said that there will be fireworks on July 21st, as well as plans to have a drone show by Ipoh Beach on July 22nd. July 21st will mark the 78th year of Guam's liberation from the Japanese occupation. Also from the Mayor's Council, senior citizen centers will reopen on May 2nd. Vice President Robert Hoffman says that formal notices should be sent out informing the seniors that home delivery and pickup of meals will stop on May 2nd because they can once again go to the senior centers. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Well, we may be soon out from under the mask mandate, at least for outdoors, but the school kids will still be required to wear a mask, at least for the time being. The Department of Education saying that they will wait a bit longer as it continues to implement COVID-19 mitigation in the schools. Meanwhile, the governor did set off the time clock for the 14-day countdown for when the outdoor mask mandate would be lifted. If we remain in the low-level status, it could happen by April 19th. Meanwhile, a bill was introduced at the legislature that could give the waiver it needs from the 180-day instructional day requirement. That's the Department of Education. Bill 287 also addresses the 75 hours of service learning that's required for high school seniors. The superintendent, John Fernandez, is crossing his fingers that it happens before the current school year concludes. Senator Talena Nelson, who introduced that bill, says that she does plan on holding a public hearing on the bills on April 18th. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
I was thinking about weather. Might actually get around to doing it. I just haven't made up my mind. I was looking at the traffic map. It's up on the screen right now. Probably should have put you back up on, but I just cannot get over how bad the traffic is here this morning. And it only takes a little bit. It only takes an investigation at a major roadway, the intersection of 16 and 27. You don't realize just how much it is used until you cannot use it anymore. We've got traffic, and now we don't normally do traffic around this time, but we got to do it now. We've got traffic in Jigo that is slow southbound Marine Corps Drive. It is meeting up with a lot of traffic coming out of Ipoh, meeting up with a lot of traffic on the Wai Sang Song, and then you've got everybody trying to get out of that Laddie Heights off the back road to Anderson onto Marine Corps Drive. Bad move. Stay on the back road if you can. Because once you're there, you are absolutely stuck. We see traffic at a standstill from about Wai Sang Song all the way over to the intersection of 1 and 16. Now, traffic needs to move south from there because it cannot go on Route 16. And as a result of that, we are seeing traffic jacked up from the Micronesia Mall. And there we go, Jack in the Box, all the way down to, where's the, what have I got there? There's Goodies over there, and then there's Dr. Akimoto's place, and then there's DPW and Nissan and all of these other places. And we got traffic jacked all the way to the Guam International Airport, where people are having a hard time getting off of that road onto Marine Corps Drive. But here's the good news. Once you're past that, once you are south of the Guam International Airport and Route 10 Alpha, should be smooth sailing for you. So congratulations. I'm not even bothering to look at what the other traffic looks like, because there's nobody. If you can't get through Dededo, you're not going to be able to get onto Route 16. Route 16 on into the downtown Agutnia area, a little bit of dogging out traffic. But frankly, that looks like early morning traffic, what I'm looking at right now. Route 4, of course, is going to look really, really good. And there's nothing major that is going to be slowing you down. But like I said, you got to get south of the Guam International Airport to do that first, and that could be tricky on a morning like today. Say 8:13. At least the weather's nice. Mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs today about 88 degrees with a heat index. It'll feel like 92 degrees. Winds east up to 20 miles an hour, gusting as high as 25 miles an hour. There's partly cloudy skies in the forecast. Overnight lows should be about 77 degrees, and winds today gusting as high as 22 miles an hour. Now they say, weather guys say that some of those systems are going to be moving south of Guam. Could be bringing it with it scattered showers and thunderstorms. Not going to be much windier. I mean, it's hard to get windier than about 25 miles an hour, but that's what we're going to have in gusts for tomorrow and tomorrow evening. Breezy conditions will continue through Sunday, and the possibilities of thunderstorms and showers come along with it. Red flag warnings today, rip current warnings today. Sunrise was at 6:13. Sunset tonight, taking you into the weekend, will be at 6:33. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together here, and traffic together here, all at the same time on The Point.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise, and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle, and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Wendy's. And what have we got for you at Wendy's? They've got a great new sandwich. It's the hot honey chicken sandwich. It's a biscuit. Well, they give it to you in a biscuit form. It's basically one of these great tasting pieces of chicken that they cook up perfectly, and then they drizzle it with some hot honey. Spice it up for you. And then they serve that on a warm, fluffy buttermilk biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new hot honey chicken biscuit for breakfast only at Wendy's. We got you.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
What happened? I thought I pressed the microphone and say, yeah, baby, it's that time here. 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number around these parts. Friday morning, and a crazy, crazy busy Friday morning at that. We started getting busy when the police department earlier today sent out a flash that said all access points to the intersection of 16 and 27, and not 27, the Harmon Loop Road was going to be cut off because of a traffic investigation. That's all they said. Traffic investigation. And so I wrote back and I said, what is the nature of it? And they said, well, it's an investigation of traffic. Okay, all right, this is going to be like pulling teeth. So was there an accident? How many cars were involved? Are there injuries? Are there fatalities? Are there police on the scene? Because normally That's the kind of thing that happens where they will shut off an entire roadway. Definitely if there's fatalities and they need to get to the bottom of an investigation. So I figured it was going to get busy. And then we started getting artwork, pictures of a car on fire, and then pictures of fire department guys putting it out. And then we started getting more images coming in from videos. There's a very good chance that every one that I'm talking about right now is already on your phone, and you've probably already seen it and forwarded to 20 other guys. But now it has become very, very clear, and the investigation has already been begun. You can find out information on that at Candid. But the deal is apparently a high-speed chase that ended over at the intersection of 1 and Harmon Loop, and it came out bad. It was a bad outcome. The guy that apparently was being chased exits the vehicle, probably because it was on fire. And then what we know is there was a standoff with police officers. He was told to lower his weapon and put it on the ground. He did not do that, and apparently a police officer then decided that the threat was imminent and real, and fired a shot, leveled a shot across the bow, striking the man, killing him. I've got confirmation from a friend of mine over at Guam Regional Medical City that they brought him in, and he is indeed lifeless at this time. An investigation has begun between the Attorney General's office and the police department, and those are the details as I know them this morning. As things change or we get more information, we'll be sure to hand that along to you. What's happening though right now as a result of it is just it's Carmageddon out there. That's the only way I can say it. Carmageddon. All of the vehicles on all of the roadways, people trying to get out from the northern end of the island all the way up to the McDonald's up in Jigo. We're seeing traffic slowing down, getting into the downtown and getting the area. So expect delays. As Mana said, stay home. And she's still trying to figure out how she's...
take the day off.
Yeah, why not? Why not? You know, might be the last good beach day between here and Sunday, so I'd take advantage of all of that. 8:18 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We spent some time with Mayor Jess Alliga on the line yesterday, but apparently a much more busy meeting than even I envisioned in their new location. Well, not their new location, but apparently the new and improved Mayor's Council office. Good morning, Mayor Alliga. How you doing there?
Good morning. I was wondering why you want to talk to me.
Oh, my God.
Days in a row.
Well, they're so nice in your new office there. We got drapes. We got big screen TV. Everybody's got their own Mayor's blue coffee mug.
Oh, they're not Yeti or what do you call that? Hydro Flask.
Yeah, but they got your logo on it and everything. You guys are doing okay there. So you don't need any more money from the tax, the liquid fuels tax.
No, let me clear the record, my friend. So, we usually sponsor, one mayor hosts a luncheon, right, every meeting, and we haven't met in almost 2 years. So, and that money comes from, we pay into that they're called dues. So, yeah, a lot of that came out of our dues, so. Yeah,
so nice, though. You got this kind of a regal blue curtain behind everybody.
Oh,
and then
well, you have to. A lot of that you have to credit Mr. Sablon. He's a mastermind, Magoita.
Yeah.
When I walked in and I saw that, I thought, what?
Dude, you don't just walk into Home Depot and buy that kind. That's the one. That's special order, bud. And then you've got a raised podium there.
Well, we've always had a raised platform for the officers.
Really?
Even in our old. Yeah, we've always had. It was always raised.
What about? Do you have a refrigerator down there?
That little facade there, Angel added that this time around. So.
No, I can see that. That you do go to Home Depot or Benson and buy that.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure. But the desks are reused. The chairs are reused. Of course, we have to. Open government law, we have to live stream all this stuff. So we had to buy the equipment to live stream and the 2 new TV screens, or 3, I believe.
That's nice.
We only had 1 screen in the old conference room, so now we have additional ones. But yeah, I mean it's not 5-star quality.
Yep. Can you get karaoke on that?
Good, right?
Can you get karaoke on that? Just dial in the YouTube and sing along.
Yeah, you just turn on the microphone and sing your heart.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. You already got microphones in there already. So a couple of things. That story in the days, PD and Senior Citizen Centers reopen on May the 2nd. So a little bit more than a month from, a little less than a month from now, the seniors will be able to go back and enjoy their old life in the senior centers. This is island-wide, right? And we're not piggybacking on anybody?
No, this island-wide. Of course, I didn't read any story on it yet. But if they talked about Manila and Molesto, the only reason why Manila was an issue is because they need to clear out and still get DEH inspection because of the clinic that they had. But we don't expect any issues there. Molesto, we are hoping that they're ready, but if they're not ready, the clients will certainly go to another center. So either way, everyone will be able to return to a center.
All right, roger that.
Part, yeah.
So and then good news. We finally got confirmation. Everybody that needed to chime in has chimed in. There will be a liberation parade, but there's not going to be a carnival. I'm not surprised. It seems to me that the mayors haven't wanted to have anything to do with the carnival. It is a massive pain in the ass for everybody, and you don't make any money, and then you get criticized for not making any money, and it's hard to keep track of all of the records. So let the governor's office do it.
There you go. That's right. We have other things to do. Other things for people to complain for us about, you know.
Hey, but as long as you got those coffee mugs, could you bring one by? I got a good one. This one here from the guys over at Infinity. I got this for test driving the QX60, and I'm just thinking maybe I could get one from the Mayor's Council. Is that like a real I'm sorry, I'm fixated on this. Are these like plastic coffee cups? Or are they like the double wall, like a Hydro Flask or like a Yeti?
I told you they're not Hydro Flask. It's not even Yeti.
Okay, inquiring minds. What is it? Only for water, or can we put the Bodzuk in there? You can put whatever you want, as long as we don't know. As long as we know it's just water. Well, there's certain things. You got to do the smell test on some of these guys. There will be a joint conference. I'm sorry, every time I hear the words joint conference, I giggle a little bit, with the governor's office, GVB, and the mayor's council to reveal the theme for this year's Liberation Parade, information on overnight camping, and memorial event and times. So we're scaling down, obviously. There is going to be uniform floats. Everybody's going to have the same kind of. It's going to be the big ass mayor truck and a flatbed in the back, right?
Yes, that was definitely something that was a problem for a lot of people. Not a lot of people. For some mayors, right? The issue was putting up a 40-foot float costs a lot of money. I mean, in the thousands, sometimes almost 10,000. And, of course, people were saying, just get the Tangan and the PL and, but there still needs to be a frame. You still need to buy lumber. There's just so much that goes into it. So, I wasn't trying to discourage anyone from entering. And it was a motion that was made by one of the mayors that we should be uniform. And then we had a discussion. And quite frankly, I would not have voted for it if I didn't see that the majority were in favor of it, simply because I think we can put up the regular 20-foot and 40-foot floats. I mean, we've done it in the past, but again, I just wanted to get majority, if not all.
Well, I mean, establish a minimum requirement. It must be at least this. And if Santa Rita wants to put in, as usual, 6 figures into their float so they can guarantee a win, then by all means do it. Will you be inviting private sector participation?
Of course. Of course. We welcome everyone to be a part of the float. That's the parade. That's why, the best radio station needs to be on.
I'll be there. I'll find Daryl Izama, put him up on the thing. We'll have boomboxy stuff going on and all of that. Okay, now a couple other things going on with the mayors and unfortunately, Guam Daily Post reporting that we're not going to be able to do the mango or the coconut festivals, but maybe some time for the bananas, maybe and whatever else we've got later in the year. I think that's too bad, and I wish there was something could be done about that.
We talked about that. I know that Mayor Kevin from Hoggett has been, really trying to plan it since January. But because, it's a government function, you know how that goes. Your government function, you need DH approval. You need public health to be there, GFD.
Oh, my God.
And so if oh, my God, it's right. And they're going to shut you down if you're not following the current mandates, right? So he was going back and forth. As a matter of fact, at one point, Mayor Kevin said, "Busta, I'm going to do it." And I thought, okay.
Perfect.
Go ahead. Right. And then I think he got, I'm not sure he got the support from his council. I think they wanted to just kind of be cautious. And so, of course, I know he always talks about it and wants to continue to do it, but, and for the Mango Festival, he gets a lot of sponsorship and he gets a lot of help.
Oh, I know, and that's one of the reasons why it's going to be the most missed this year. Well, maybe some other things that we can do. I mean, it doesn't have to be a Mango Festival. What else are they known for down there? Find Mark Charfris. Fison's and Mark Charfris, and let's see what let's see what he can take care of. Is he all done with that case? That reminds me, somebody needs to do a follow up on that. Yeah, I don't know what eventually ended up happening with that. 8:27 in the morning. Listen, I know how busy you are. I appreciate the opportunity to follow up. I mean, the conversations went certainly in different directions than I thought they were going to go into yesterday. And I like your place, and if you ever need some help in there with whatever. Just all you can pay me in plastic cups.
You got it.
Now, the next time you guys start complaining about no money, I'm going to say, well, you used your dues money. Buy yourself some plastic cups, and there's Home Depot little attachments to your podiums. I don't know if you guys are broke or not. I'm being left to 10. 8:28, Mayor. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Mayor Jess Alley, the Pica's best and most favorite mayor on Pica's best radio station.
Best laugh, too.
And we go best laugh. I mean, right up there with yours. But we go from the best mayor to the best senator from Pica Magazine. Good morning, Senator James Craig Moylan. Buenos and Hafade.
Hafade, Ray, and I'm glad to be on the best radio station as well.
Thank you very much. Now, the reason why we're reaching out to you here this morning is, number one, I like hearing from you, and I'd like to know if maybe our friend Mike St. Nicholas has told you when him and Amanda are going to be dropping the bomb on the current administration.
That I'm waiting to hear that. That will be really interesting too. Of course, we want a great election time, and the more people involved, even better. So
right. It's 141 days until the primary election, and I'm not saying that you're running out of time or that timing doesn't matter, but there's the governor has got access to a lot of earned media. I mean, all she's got to do is come out there and say that Guam is safer. And then all of the media picks it up. In fact, you get Nick Delgado they have posted on the Post Facebook page. They've got a live version of the story that is on today's front page of the newspaper, where virtually all of the interviews that have been conducted for the print were also recorded on video, and they've done some production on it. So they've got a video feed that is the same as the news feed this morning, where people are not agreeing with the governor. One of them saying, "Won't you stay in the same village that I live in and tell me that this is a safer town to live in these days?" So she gets the kicks for the earned media. You, on the other hand, you've got to find a way to get your earned media on. And the way that you did it yesterday, I thought was great. I love the way you are standing up for truth. And fighting misinformation and the meanest of the mean girl memes that are out there.
Yeah, and that's right, Ray. And it's coming to that point, and we've been doing this since the 35th Guam legislature. We recognize the problems that the men and women of the Guam Police Department, who are doing what they can with the limited resources that they have, right? We saw that, right? We need more folks to help. We got to augment this. The police department, all this stuff could have been much better handled if we had just more cops on the beat. And that's why we continue to push this. And then if you're going to come back from Adelup and tell this, all these other problems, because we don't know what we're talking about, and you're doing black ops on us and not focused on what's correct and kind of missing the boat, right?
So like I said, the meanest,
I'm not taking that anymore.
The meanest of the mean girl memes that is out there right now, and it's a hatchet piece, and I think it's just terrible, lined up against Senator Chris Duenas and Resolution 291. Now, the worst part of this is the information that they're giving is false. It's false. It's a lie, and they're gonna deny they had anything to do with it. But we already know who the operatives are. 15,000. The number of families who stand to lose emergency SNAP benefits. 45,000 estimated number of children that will be impacted by this crazy and irresponsible Resolution 291. $2.3 million a month worth of emergency SNAP aid for the recipients will be lost. But that's bull. Yeah, it's BS.
That's right.
And they know it's BS, or they should know it's BS. The fact is that you can, just like Governor Iggy did in the state of Hawaii, declare a separate executive order for the purposes of these SNAP benefits so that they can continue to go to the people, the 15,000 families. My guess is that 7,000 of them are on the SNAP program because you guys screwed up the economy so bad. And the 45,000 kids that are going to be impacted, they're also, remember, some of these kids are also getting their own SNAP benefits card and buying junk food and getting fat. I'm just saying. So I think that is being misapplied, and they're going to deny having to do anything with this. These are the same people that said they were taken by surprise by the resolution, but they already had the pieces of the meme put together.
Right. Yeah,
what a bunch of liars.
I tell you, right? Governor Iggy did it right. He said we have a food insecurity when it constitutes an emergency, and so he did the emergency executive order, right, for that purpose. And Governor Leon Guerrero says, well, we had that emergency too. Then do the emergency order just for that purpose. Oh, also you need other things like National Guard. Well, do the emergency order for that purpose. Oh, you need nursing shortages. You need traveling nurses. Do the emergency for that purpose. So you can do this. We can get rid of all these other things, so we can get back to the right checks and balances as well, right? And then if you're going to try to deceive the public by saying, or the resolution is wrong, it affects 15,000 families and 45,000 children. Who in the world would do a resolution that would do that? Of course, we're not going to do such a thing, right? That's just dumb. Right? But you can't do these dirty politics. I think people recognize it now. You're doing this negative stuff. You're going to deny it. Well, then deny it on the air. Say stop it. Whoever's doing this, then deny it. It's your leadership, Governor, and you've got to do what you got to do. I don't like these things coming on down with this direction, telling the legislature, the People's House, that we don't know what the heck we're doing. Yes, we do, right? And we're going to continue the fight. And this gotta stop. And so we can focus on, we can focus on public safety because it's a grave concern.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Yeah, this typical is the governor will say something like, "We beat dengue," and then the very next day we get dengue. The governor comes out and says things like, "We are prepared for any surge, any eventuality in COVID-19. We got the nurses, we got the contact tracing, we got the hospital beds. We are good to go." And within 3 weeks of that, all of their contingency plans go to hell, and we see massive numbers of infections and massive numbers of people in the hospital because they weren't ready as they said. Governor comes out in a thing yesterday and says that Guam is a safer place, and no sooner does she say that than the entire island is affected by a guy that had to get put down by a police officer at the intersection of 16 and Harmon Loop Road up in Harmon, up in Daytadu. And you just go, yeah, okay, we're safer. Well, maybe safer now by one since they put down the thug with a weapon. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, yeah, hopefully we don't have to come to that point again and again. But I'm hoping the governor can come out with a statement today to say this is unfortunate. This is what we're doing. We need to support. I'm going to do this and this to help the chief of police to get through this, and give us the confidence that we can move forward rather than giving us this negative ad that is just wasting everybody's time. Let's focus on the problem. Let's correct the problem.
Yep.
We're in the job of responsibility right now. And then the people of Guam are looking for results, and that's what I'm here to do.
Well, we got results from the Attorney General's office. Obviously, they didn't want to be quiet about this. So the Attorney General's office, the Consumer Protection Division, is going after David Properties because apparently some of David Properties' customers paid for blueprints but haven't gotten them yet. So don't worry about the kidnappings and don't worry about people trying to run each other over with Jeeps, high-speed police chases in the middle of the night. We're going after David Properties here. You just gotta, I'm just saying, Carlene, it's a well-written press release here this morning. I just don't know that it's timed right. You need to read the room a little bit better on some of these things that come out. Now, in the room yesterday, 8:36, Mana's coughing, and that's her subtle reminder that it's almost time for her to go. But I do want to ask you about how things went yesterday at what I consider to be an important public hearing on the subject of tax holiday for liquid fuels in this town. What was your takeaway?
Well, the administration did what they're supposed to do. They're trying to protect the taxes from not being reduced for the government of Guam. the legislature did well as well, pointing out that we have these excess, that's almost $61 million, and you're telling us that you can't use that in order to get some tax holiday for the people of Guam at the gas pumps, right? We know you got your $300 for those who qualify, but everybody that goes to work uses the gas pump. Let's help everybody, just not, it's nice we help a few, but we can help much, much more. So there was a battle going on for 3.5 hours, listening to all the government directors who gave a good fight, but we fought back. We and that's what we're supposed to do, right? This is the debate that starts during the public hearing, and then we're supposed to take it to session floor, and then we're going to vote for the people of Guam. Then we'll continue that debate there. But you can't stop us from moving this forward. I didn't hear, well, I heard some good arguments, some good things by the directors to say this and that. There can be tweaks, but it also gave me some other ideas as well. I'm looking at the BBT part. This bill was for the liquid fuel tax part, but there's also gross receipt tax charged on the fuel as well. So that's what I'm looking at too. Maybe that's another route we can look at, but we need to get some relief at the pump of what we control with the taxes. And the legislature is putting up a good fight to speak up for the people. And the administration is good, putting up a good fight as well. But
because they want to keep that money. The government, the government is here for itself. And even though we need to get this economy back in order, we need to give people a hand in all kinds of places, not just the gas pump. We need to give them some support over at the grocery stores and places where they buy food and services and diapers and pills. We need a little bit more help on that one. But can you imagine if they're putting up this kind of a fight now just on the liquid fuels tax, which is what, about $10-11 million on a good year?
Right.
Can you imagine the fight that they're going to put up when you start talking about making changes to the BPT? And what was it the guy was saying? I had Les on yesterday. He says, well, we gave a whole bunch of businesses, 90% of the businesses on Guam have got a break now in the BPT. We rolled it back to 3% for those guys. I'm like, is it Payless? Was that Home Depot? Are we talking about those companies? Because that's where I shop. Might be nice for little mom and pop guys and little tiny businesses that I might be able to walk into every once in a while. It's great for them, to be sure. But for the most part, my big spend is with much bigger businesses with bigger receipts, and I'm not going to see a break in my purchases from them.
Right. Right. And these are the conversations we should be focused on, not doing these dirty politics stuff and making false accusations. Just stick to the facts. We'll debate it on the floor, and we'll listen to people. We'll get more people involved, and then we'll feel good. Don't block me off from the gate. The gate is open for the Guam legislature, and we're pushing these ideas forward. We're pushing the fight forward all the way to Adelup.
All right. And speaking of blockages, the intersection of Route 16 and 27 in Harmon is now cleared and open, according to the guys from over at the police department. We'll make that the top story in the 8:30 news that you and I talked right through. Senator Jimmy Craig, appreciate your time. Hope I see you this weekend.
You're welcome.
Hey, dude, 5K tomorrow. You don't have to run. Just show up. Hey, dude, there's going to be a lot of voters. There's going to be a ton of voters down there, bud.
Let me high-five you on the way out.
That's it. Sure. 20 away from 9 o'clock in the morning. Montesilva Tyrant coming up next.
My family and I trust the FHP Health Center because of our connection with the healthcare providers. The services are mostly under one roof, enabling a one-stop for all of my family's medical, urgent care, imaging, dental, vision, laboratory, and pharmacy needs. My family and I trust FHP Health Center. You can too. FHP accepts most insurance plans, TRICARE, Medicare, Medicaid, and self-pay patients. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1, or takecareasia.com. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees, like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or old timer with cheese. This is a limited time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the second floor of Two Montans Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
It's 8:41. I don't know why Mana makes me wait so long for the delivery of the 8:30 news. I don't know what this is all about. All right. Well, you ready for the last big news? Adventurous morning here. So tell everybody what we've been working on.
Well, the intersection of Route 16 and 27 set to be opened this morning in Harmon after being shut down for several hours. This is the intersection by the Harmon McDonald's. Candid News was reporting that police apparently shot and killed a man following a car chase that ended at that intersection. You might have seen that viral video that was being circulated in which a man was seen with a gun. Eventually, he was shot. We are told that he was taken to the Guam Regional Medical Center where he was pronounced dead. Police and investigators are looking into the incident that took place, and details are forthcoming. Again, the traffic along Route 16 and 27 over by the Harmon McDonald's is open following that investigation that took place early this morning. The National Weather Service will be keeping a close watch on that system that's brewing down by Chuk. It's a tropical depression now and is expected to be further developed as it makes its way toward Guam. It's expected to be about 200 miles south of us as it passes on Sunday or Monday morning. They're not sounding the alarm just yet, but the National Weather Service says Guam residents and those in the Mariana Islands should watch this system closely as it is expected to bring us some at least rainy weather, some heavy winds, and possibly flooding throughout the weekend. And the Guam Mayor's Council planning ahead for the parade. They do say that the parade is going to continue this year after being on hold for the last 2 years. They also plan to have some fireworks light up the sky on Liberation Day. They also say that part of their discussion yesterday is to have senior citizen centers reopened on May 2nd. Those are your top stories here on The Point.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
and Tom Fisher picked up a packet.
Tom Fisher?
For Senator.
Attorney Tom Fisher.
Attorney Tom Fisher.
Picked up a packet. All right. Well,
the latest name on the list of...
but for Senator.
For Senator.
What's wrong with the...
Republican Senator.
What's wrong with the Attorney General?
I don't know.
Come on, Tom.
Committee to elect.
Oh, it's a committee to elect.
No, you could pick up a committee to elect Tom Fisher as Attorney
Attorney.
General.
Well, not if he already wants to be a senator. Come on, Tom would be great. Tom would. So this way, I think it would go with like Tom.
So Tom Fisher picked up the packet for Tom Fisher.
Somebody on the Democrat side will come out and say, "Yeah, so okay, I've got this bill now, so that we can have anybody that wants to identify as one of 175,000 different genders can get all the paperwork they need from over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services." And then Tom would be like the guy said, "Excuse me, no." Just no, not going to happen. No, get out of here with that. We've got other bigger problems that we have to address right now, and we don't need to be woke like the ed boards in California and places like that. Absolutely not. That's what I'd like to see. Somebody just go in there and go, you know what, just let's solve problems that we have every day. There's this story here. I didn't have a chance to talk about it much earlier. But one of the things that I'm absolutely fascinated by is what is happening in the world. Now, we haven't had a lot of opportunities recently to talk about the thing in Ukraine with the Russians and what is beginning to look like an incredible stalemate. You know what they're fighting over now in Ukraine? Rubble. That's what they're fighting over. So,
well, the ruble's rubble.
Ruble is rubble, absolutely. But you get these guys, the Russians came in, bombed the snot out of it, and then the Ukrainians come back in, and then they take it back, and then the Republicans come in and bomb the snot out of it some more. So it's just the places, some of the satellite imagery and things like that I'm seeing are just crazy. Yeah. A lot of back and forth going on between here and there. And we're all waiting to see what China does with Taiwan. Big, massive Navy that they're working on, maybe some pretend landings and operations out in those little islands that they built out of nothing, out of just reefs and shoals out in the first chain. So I'm interested to see what's going to be happening there. And in order to take Taiwan, what they would need to do here, which puts us in a defensive situation. Did you know that the Army has transferred the authority of the THAAD missile system to our Guard guys?
Did they transfer or they...
Says Governor...
Well, I knew that the Guard had some sort of... watch over the THAAD. They did some training and then they were manning it for some time.
Governor LG and Lieutenant Governor Tenorio attended a transfer of authority ceremony in Jigo as the Guam National Guard's Task Force Fanatsu was officially replaced by Task Force Phalanx at the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, or THAAD site. The THAAD, an anti-ballistic missile system designed to protect me. It's incredible. They work together like family. They're always positive and highly motivated. They care about protecting their homeland. Task Force Fanatsu has served under the leadership of Captain Pete Sakisat and First Sergeant Tommy Taitano for the last month. They'll spend the next few weeks training Task Force Phalanx, led by Captain Jin Yi and Sergeant First Class Richard Galvez. So maybe not from the actual Army.
Capable, I'm certain, because they've been manning this THAAD since it got here.
Right. And not one of them wearing a mask outside. Even though the governor was. But, there's...
Well, because they're on base.
Oh,
they don't have to.
8:46 in the morning. Yeah, I suppose there's that. All right, there's Montecillo Tyrant. She's going to take off. Go and enjoy your weekend. And I'll let you know when Mayumi is going to be playing next so you can come out and cheer. And in the very least, buy the T-shirt. It's 8:46 in the morning. Cause Endo after these.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit GTA.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Yeah, okay, fine, I'll do it. Portions of the program brought to you by my friends over at Security Title. Why? Why do we need Security Title? What are they for? They do a ton of stuff, ladies and gentlemen. You need to breathe. As soon as you get the word from whoever it is that you're buying from, and they say, okay, the sellers take it, love that offer, they're going to take it. You make sure the next phone call that you get is with the guys over at Security Title, so that they can take a look at everything that is going on. They'll go through the DNA, the history of that particular lot of that particular building, and get it to you. The reason why I'm going through this as quickly as I can is because Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, has brought by...
Oh, that's what's going down.
Yes, the Whopper Melts.
Man.
That's what
I had no idea.
I'm dealing with all that because I got this, and then
Good
Chanel's going to be
What?
coming in.
Your chin, Ray.
Yeah?
Something dripping down your...
Okay, so already
Okay.
the total.
Here you go, man.
So this is I've got the spicy one. I'm looking at it right now, and I'm thinking, okay, you got the sourdough thing on the top. And there's onions. There's normally I don't like onions, but these things are like they're like soft. They're sautéed soft onions.
Ooh, wow.
There's jalapenos.
Caramelized.
I can smell it. There's melting cheese all over the place. Here, I'll just show you.
Oh my God, Ray!
Can you see what I'm about to bite into? So let's nail these commercials here and then get back to the Ray Gibson Show. What do you say? Okay, bye.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Oh my God. Okay, QF60. No eating in the car, and no eating of these melts from Burger King in the car either, because they're messy. They're messy. I mean, you take a bite of it, and it is so good, and it's so melty and cheesy and everything. Stuff just falls out of it. So I'm glad that, in addition to all of the different versions of these melts, Rudy brought on a whole bunch of Burger King.
Thank you so much, Rudy. And Burger King,
Burger napkins. That's awesome. 10 away from the top of the hour, and he's got a meeting, but he's going to be stuck in traffic. Apparently, the traffic is still bad. They have opened things up at 16 and 27 up in Datadoo, but it's going to take a while, a little bit of slip before traffic gets back to whatever normal is. And on Fridays, normal traffic ain't all that good to begin with. So we'll talk about that while you're driving around and listening. One of the stories that we, golly, it's been a week now, hasn't it? Virtually everybody saddened and in some cases, in my family for sure, brokenhearted to hear about the death of Paul Shimizu. A lot was made about businessman Paul Shimizu. And I knew he was in business. I know his brothers. I know the family he's from. But I don't know that I'd ever thought of Paul Shimizu as a businessman. I think maybe, and if I did, it was the last thing that crossed my mind when I thought about him. Kaz Endo on the line, and Kaz was at a get-together, and I saw a video of him and with a microphone and a lot of conversation in this particular place about Paul. Good morning, Kaz. Tell me what you're up to these days.
Hey, good morning, Ray. Half a day. Sorry about this morning. It was having young daughters is like having a potential flash flood any second.
Did I show you the picture? Did you see the picture of my daughter in the back of the Guam Daily Post here in the volleyball?
No, congratulations.
Yeah, beach volleyball. You're a big fan of beach volleyball. And in fact, Coach Chris was doing the reffing up there, but that's not why they won.
Well, I was with him last night. We do this little sports show podcast that we do once a week, and I've got him, and I got John Kramer, and I've got my other Mike Robigo, and we just kind of talk trash and sports once a week, and kind of give it our spin. And of course, that led to us talking the other day and said, a good friend of ours passed. I consider him more of a brother and mentor. Some call him uncle, but he was always there for me every step of my professional career. And at the very, very start of my design career, he gave me a Shimbros logo project. I didn't know him at the time. He just gave it to me. He said, "Oh, you don't have any projects? Here, have this one." Mm-hmm. And then many years later, when I opened up the House of Brutus, he goes, "You're going to need a good sound system in there." And he kind of figured it out for me, and that's where all the magical music happened over the years. So, and of course, basketball and sports. So yeah, it was kind of a blow, shock to the system, if you will.
Well, in our case, I mean, it caught me by complete and total surprise. We were just together on Shelley's birthday at Teray, and one of the conversations that he and I had, I said, and for people that know me, don't know me, whatever, maybe this is as much as you know about me, but I'm involved in promotions and marketing for the other radio stations in the cluster, and so I sat down with Paul during Shelley's birthday dinner. And we got to talking about, eventually we're going to be out of COVID, and eventually we're going to need to get the entertainment and the social gatherings back to where they were before. And I said, what do you think that we're going to need to do that? And without any hesitation whatsoever, he just leans in. It's just live music. It's going to have to be live music. We're going to have to get it from just somebody in a guitar like a Jack Larimer or a Joe Guam, all the way up to bands, 3-piece, 4-piece, 5-piece. Heck, put an orchestra together, bring in some bands from someplace, and let's just get people back into the habit of being in front of performers doing their thing with music.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's and I can't wait to have that eventually happen because we need it. It's like I was talking to people. I go, well, when is this emergency gonna? It's been extended. I'm glad that the outdoor mask is gone, but
almost not yet. Not yet. That's only if. I mean, I don't want to get too political in this conversation, but it's only if. So you've done an episode where you talk about Paul.
Well, no, we haven't. We're actually going to do it next week. And so I reached out to a couple of my friends like yourselves who are in the media business and said, hey, do you mind spreading the news? We're going to be doing an entire tribute show to Paul. And, maybe you can call in or maybe you just want to write a little note and we'll just read it throughout the show and we'll talk a little, anecdotal stories, fun stories of our time with him. because all four of us have very different experiences with Paul. Mine tend to lean more towards, music and entertainment and marketing and events, whereas those guys were, either teammates or played for his teams, or were fellow coaches at SPG, and we all have very different memories and fond memories of him, and of course, Jenny and the kids are just as special, and we know them individually, so. It was a blow to the system, man, because I don't think he was out there for, his particular, he didn't have any illness that he was going out there to be checked
He
on.
looked great in December, and maybe it's one of those things. You don't know what's happening until you know what's happening with somebody, and in this case, it's unfortunate that he lost his life. I've had so many great stories, and among my favorites was clearing out a place called the Pescador one night. It wasn't a whole lot. This was back in the early 1980s. There wasn't a whole lot by way of sound reinforcement on Guam, and so if you were going to be doing something, you needed to locate the stuff, move it, and then set it back up. And we were going to do maybe one of the first of the Battle of the Bands over at Pirates Cove one Sunday. So Saturday night we closed up the Pescador. Everybody came back, dark 30 the next morning, and it was the one and only time I got to play roadie. Because as it turns out, I've got these girly arms, and that stuff is very heavy. And so I wasn't all that helpful. So they said, go hang out over at the Sound. Hang out with the Sound guys. And over at the Sound guys is Paul Shimizu and a couple of and Paul was working. He was plugging stuff in and carrying loads and doing all of that stuff before they started setting up the sound and working on this old Yamaha. I think it's a Yamaha mixing board, and I think they still have it and maintained it because it was a part of the inventory that eventually became Shimbro's. And that was among the very first time that he and I had an opportunity to work together. And I saw, he could have been, the boss and just ordered guys around. But he was right in the middle of the sweat, right in the middle of the hustle, and put together a great sounding Battle of the Bands over at Pirates Cove. That was back in the day. We're all wearing short shorts. It's a crazy time. But everybody's got a story about Uncle Paul like that. And one of the other ones, the other kind of weird thing is, Uncle Paul always called me Uncle Ray. Which is odd because he's a little bit older than I am. So next week, how do people watch your tribute piece?
Well, okay, so it's a podcast, so you're not going to be able to see anything in live, but what I'm asking everybody to do is go to minttalks.com/Uncle Paul, and there you'll see a little tribute form sheet that you can put your name and number and message, and you can choose. You could choose to just leave a message, which we'll read on air on our recording. Or if you want us to call you so that you can kind of come into the studio or talk, you can do one of those two. Yeah, you could call in or you can just come into the studio. I know a bunch of people that are coming into the my little studio. There's going to be a big line, like it's going to be a live event. We're going to have bouncers and we're going to have booze.
Will there be Budweiser?
Hey, we're going to be doing Budweiser and Brass Monkeys all night, man. I don't know how we're going to drive home, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll get a police escort.
John Ananich has a van. Go check him out. And there's another guy had great things to say about that. We were just talking last night about Uncle Paul. So maybe he'll throw something down, throw some words together, and get this thing going. So minttalks.com.
Yeah, and so all the information's on that page, minttalks.com/Uncle Paul. That's the exact URL that they should go to.
All right. Appreciate your time as usual. I know it's a crazy morning, and I know it's going to be a crazy weekend. So I'll see you out there somewhere, and I'll let you know when Mayumi's playing next so you can come and cheer her on.
Sounds good, my man.
All right. You have a great one. At 9 o'clock in the morning, really, really close to time to launch into Fox News. Don't have time to get Dennis Larson on the line. I want to find out how they did last night over at the food truck thing and whether him and Viv are going to be hanging out tonight over at the Fandania Fridays that they do over behind the Guam Visitors Bureau at Ebell Beach Park. Well, that's all ahead, so stick around for a little bit. Dennis, I see you on hold. Coming right at you on the other side of Fox News, and that's seconds away. 93.3 KUSG, Hagutnya, is headquarters for Fox News 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Yeah, even during the Tall Tales show that will be on at 4. I think it will be interesting to tune in this afternoon and find out what Bob Klitsky's got to say about our new Supreme Court Justice. Her name is Katanja. Real Joe. More on that in a sec.
Mandate reinstated. I'm Lisa Lacera. A federal appeals court has ruled President Biden's executive order requiring federal employees be vaccinated against COVID-19 should be put back in place. By a 2-1 vote, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals lifted an injunction issued by a lower court in January that had blocked enforcement of the mandate. The president issued an order in September that called for about 3.5 million government workers get vaccinated by November 22nd, barring a religious or medical accommodation or face discipline or firing. There have been concerns about President Biden getting COVID after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi tested positive today. The two had contact during a bill signing yesterday.
Their definition of it is 15 minutes of contact within a set period of time and within 6 feet. It did not meet that bar.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, by a vote of 53-47, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson has been named to serve on the Supreme Court.
She turned out to be a pillar of strength, to show grace and dignity, and really won over the hearts of the American people.
Senate Judiciary Committee Chair Dick Durbin, Judge Jackson will become the first black woman to serve on the high court. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says Republicans were correct in questioning whether she was the right person for the court.
The judge is a judicial activist, and I don't think the president will be disappointed. But her record and her philosophy is entirely relevant to the Senate's decision as to whether or not to advise and consent.
On Fox's special report with Brett Baer, still 3 Republicans split with their party in voting yes. She will be sworn in later this year when Justice Stephen Breyer retires. At the Masters, Tiger Woods shot a 1-under par 71 in his opening round. It's his first competition since the car crash last year where doctors had said that he could lose his right leg. America is listening to Fox News.
Here at Nimitz Towers, we're a large-scale rental complex. We have over 20 employees, and when the pandemic hit, our concerns were people not being able to work, loss of revenue and income, and luckily, due to PPP, we were able to keep all our employees employed, working. We were able to provide services, maintenance, and cleanliness for the building and the operation. Also, the rental assistance program helped us stay solvent during the pandemic. Helped us keep the attendance in place.
We're thankful for Congressman San Nicolas advocating for these funds on our behalf in Washington, D.C.
If you have any concerns about any federal issues, feel free to contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Researchers in Colorado say they're predicting an above-average hurricane season this year.
Colorado State University hurricane researchers say current modeling shows an above-average hurricane season may be in store for us this year, that the warmer Caribbean and eastern part of the subtropical Atlantic add to that likelihood. And they do not expect El Nino conditions in the Atlantic, which often weaken storms. The researchers are predicting 19 named storms, with 9 becoming hurricanes and 4 reaching major hurricane strength, so Category 3 or higher. Last hurricane season had 8 continental U.S. named storms, with 2 making landfall, including Hurricane Ida, which was a Category 4. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's hurricane forecast will come out next month. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
More than 70% of non-organic fresh fruits and vegetables sold in the U.S. present some risk of contamination, according to a new report from the Environmental Working Group.
Strawberries, spinach, kale, collard greens, and mustard greens are on the group's 2022 Shopper's Guide to Pesticides in Produce. Bell peppers and hot peppers move up several spots on the dirty list, which is basically the same as a year ago. But you have a choice. The group's Clean 15. Avocados and sweet corn are the cleanest, with less than 2% of samples showing detectable pesticides. But broccoli, cauliflower, and eggplant have been dropped from the clean list due to lagging testing, while mangoes, watermelon, and sweet potatoes were added.
Fox's CJ Papa. Average long-term U.S. mortgage rates edged up again this week as the key 30-year loan rate hit its highest mark in more than 3 years. Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac reports the average rate on a 30-year loan this week rose to 4.72% from 4.67% last week. The average rate has jumped at the fastest 3-month rise since May of 1994. On Wall Street, a tech rebound lifted stocks after an early slide. The Dow added 87. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees. Like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or old-timer with cheese. This is a limited-time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the second floor of Two Montans Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
This is the sound of connecting with nature, connecting to each other, and the sound of connecting with your finances. With First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app, you have the power to connect with your finances like never before. With real-time tracking on your financial goals and tailored updates on your accounts, First Hawaiian Bank is putting the power of connection at your fingertips. First Hawaiian Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Did you want to do a theme? Did you want to do a music or just go right out? I mean, it doesn't make any difference to me. I'm a broadcast professional. I can do this either way.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Hey, welcome back to the Ray Gibson Show, 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Hope you enjoyed the Fox News, although they did have that one infuriating story about how it looks like the courts have okayed Biden's federal employee vaccine mandate. Either get vaccinated, test every day, or we're going to fire you. And there was at least one court that opposed that, but it looks like a whole bunch of other courts have gotten together and have now upheld that. So anybody that got canned as a result of not getting the vaccine, you're going to have to wait until the Republicans take over the House and the Senate in order to really fight this thing, change the law, and get your jobs back. 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning. And I got this just a few minutes ago in the meme machine and says, can we call in and talk about the Life Skills Workshop? And the answer is absolutely you can. Dennis Larson, the B-Man's online. Thanks for holding. I appreciate it, buddy.
Hey, Hoffaday Ray, Hoffaday Guam. How's everybody?
Everybody's doing all right. I think now that things have opened up again on Route 16 out in Harmon Loop, I think maybe things are a little bit better. Although between the idea that there has been an officer-involved shooting and the fact that it is snagged traffic all the way from Jigo into Upper Tumon, I think it's got a lot of people just kind of, wow, maybe it's not as safe as the governor thinks it is.
Well, you play a stupid game, you might win the prize.
I hear that. Well, but apparently the guy did bring a gun to a gunfight, and the police officers. The investigation's still ongoing, but it looks like in order to secure the scene and to end the hostilities, a shot had to get fired. Life Skills Workshop is coming up tomorrow from 9 until 2 at the Agate Sagan Basita, and you are going to be down there, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There's a lot of great companies and different organizations that are involved in tomorrow's workshop down at Agate, but particularly the Guam Beekeepers Association will be having a booth and a table with all of our wares and our bees, and we're going to do a honey, I guess what we call extraction/harvest demonstration. So we're going to demonstrate the two different ways that we get the honey out of the beehives. And a lot of this is being watched closely these days because of this new proposed honey bill that's out there on the table. So.
Wait, there's a honey bill. Am I going to like this?
No, we're working on it. It's there's a lot of things in there. Basically, public health and all of the other organizations put their mitts on it. They want to have the beekeepers get health certificates and jump through all of their hoops, and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to be on your side. on this. Now, when you said bee extraction, I was thinking about something else. There was a lady out in the States somewhere, and that's what she does. Is she'll go someplace and somebody will find a car hood that they open up, and there's a zillion bees in there. Or they'll be doing some rehabilitation on a house, and there'll be bees in between the woods and all of that stuff. And she'll go in there and find the queen and move it to another box, and then about 2 hours later, all of the bees that were living in the house, in the shed, now live in the box, and they're going to go on and live happy lives. So when you said bee extraction, I thought maybe that was what you were going to be doing in agate.
Now, well, we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna show how to harvest. This life skills workshop basically teach different people. We got security title coming out there to do some stuff on on their kind of business, and then of course there's just all kinds of different. You got some medical people out there, the Bank of Guam, different people. It's all just for different things. But hopefully we can entice some people into becoming beekeepers. Or
do you have any down in agate?
No, but there are a bunch of people. Dr. Jeff, one of our local dentists, he has a whole hive down in Aggie.
All right.
Well, there's over 50 beekeepers on Guam.
There's it's food independence, health and wellness, personal development, and my guess is all of this is free because of sponsors and supporters just like you. So if you're going to be down there, I think that's going to be awesome, so that people can see exactly what it takes and not to be so afraid of bees. I know every single one of us got a bee sting in the eye at some point in our life and had to make it through that. But the fact of the matter is that they are so beneficial to everything that is done around here. And you just got to know that there's some great bee colonies in agate just based on the quality of the mangoes that come out of there.
Oh, yeah, we've done some big extractions down there and some rescues. Yeah, I just want to remind everybody that, of course, the Raw 671 farms up here, we're a 100% rescue-based apiary. So all of our hives, over 30 of them, have all been rescued from people just calling in and say, hey, and I got bees in my car. And we've gotten them out of boats, off of houses, telephone poles, inside of bedrooms, closets, kitchens. They come from everywhere.
All right. Well, you're in a windy place, so I'm going to let you run it. Just a note here, people asking, when is it taking place? Again, tomorrow, 9 until 2, Sagan Besita in Haggett. Haggett is where everybody is going to be. Peter Santos asking the question, are the bees down at the bay called bay bees? Hi,
no,
Pedro. Careful.
Save the bees, people. If you see them, call us.
Yep.
We'll come get them.
Find me. If you can't find Dennis, find me, and I'll get contact for you so that we can, save the bees, whether they're bay bees or not. Frank Meno says, I am a beekeeper. Alexa Marie watching the program. I see, let me see, Pam Duval, darn, James Howard, you guys must all be smoking too much pot. Do you have any men left? What? I'm sorry. Am I catching the end of a conversation? Could be. Ray Gibson Show continues at 9:12 in the morning. I want to get that out of the way because I do have public health people coming in. I thought we were going to be talking about STDs and STIs.
Why are you looking at me, man?
But what? I thought we were going to be talking about you scare people into...
We can talk about it.
Well, I suppose we could, but I thought, somebody from public health was going to be here talking about that. Diseases that make your chili fall off if you don't get seen by somebody. There is such a thing. Instead, we might be talking about... the WIC program. I'll try to make that as interesting as I possibly can. Chanel and Daisy coming up after these.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Here at Nimitz Towers, we're a large-scale rental complex. We have over 20 employees, and when the pandemic hit, our concerns were people not being able to work, loss of revenue and income, and luckily, due to PPP, we were able to keep all our employees employed, working. We were able to provide services, maintenance, and cleanliness for the building and the operation. Also, the rental assistance program helped us stay solvent during the pandemic, helped us keep the tenants in place.
We're thankful for Congressman San Nicolas advocating for these funds on our behalf in Washington, D.C.
If you have any concerns about any federal issues, feel free to contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Okay, let me see here. 9:15 in the morning, and apparently there was a miscommunication issue somewhere, which will happen from time to time. And the guy that's going to be on to talk about diseases that you can get that will make your chili fall off is going to be phoning in his part at some point. So keep an eye on the phones, and that's where we're going to hear from Vince. The beautiful, though, you can't tell because she's behind a mask here this morning because it's Could you take it? Wait. Could you take a drink? Maybe just a sip of your drink so that we can. There we go. Show the pretty face. Janella Carrera, Chanel is in the studio here this morning and another opportunity for us to talk about public health and social services. It is, after all, Public Health Month.
Yes.
Here on Guam, and in other years we would have had you guys in all week long, and we would have done stuff, Ganya Shopping Center and Micronesia Mall, and all kinds of gatherings and outreaches and samples of that kind of thing. But these are COVID times, and unfortunately, that means A, you have to wear a mask, and B, we're not going to be doing as many kind of gatherings as we once would have been comfortable with.
Well, we're doing virtual events, so we're doing virtual presentations.
It's not the same. Virtual is not the same as real life, face to face. It's look at all of us together here. We're missing that particular opportunity. It's like they were doing virtual 5Ks and virtual 10Ks and things like that. But that's crap because I want to be able to catch people, and I want people to be able to catch me, and that's how we made that competitive thing. Zoom's not the same, girly.
Well, so can I go over the presentation?
Oh, of course you can.
Okay, all right. So on April 20th, we have the Division of Public Welfare doing Zoom presentations. So it's from 10 to 4 p.m. It starts 10 a.m. is the state office, and then 10:15 is the Bureau of Economic Security, 1:30 p.m. is the Bureau of Management Support, and then at 3 p.m. is the Bureau of Healthcare Financing. And then on April 19th, sorry, I'm not going in chronological order here.
It's all right.
April 19th is the Division of Children's Wellness. So at 9 is the Bureau of Social Services Administration. 10 is Preschool Development Grant. 1:30 is Child Care Development Fund. And then 3 o'clock is Bureau of Social Services Administration.
All right, quite aggressive, and with a lot of departments and divisions that nobody has ever heard of in the history of public health on Guam.
Yeah, well, lately all they've been hearing about is COVID-19.
Yeah.
Or the ones that are more known are like SNAP, Medicaid, which is Division of Public Welfare.
Right.
Or Division of Environmental Health, because they're familiar with I'm
sorry, there was a cockroach in my meal, and that's when we hear from the guys over at the Department of Environmental Health. Now in the studio, we'll get to Vince. If you hold on a second, we'll do ladies first here. Daisy, I hope I say your last name right. Fallejo. Fallejo. Okay, so
I hope not filet of fish.
And she's with the WIC program, and I will start with the absolute and most basic, and that is going to be, what is WIC? Tell everybody what the basics of this is, and how do I get my hands on the WIC?
Right. So first of all, good morning, Ray. Good morning, Janella, and good morning to your wonderful listeners. So basically, the WIC program is a special supplemental nutrition education program for women, infants, and children up to 5 years old.
Okay, hence the name WIC, women, infants, and children. Okay, and going to 5 years old. So we're not going to be cold. Like my daughter's 17. I think it's too late for
but
us.
She can be a WIC mama.
She cannot be a WIC mama. Absolutely not. No WIC momming at 17 years old. You got to finish high school, college, get married. There's a specific order I'd like to see things go. But I appreciate your generosity. Thanks very much.
Hope not.
So now, as we say, Women, Infant, and Children's Program, I'm a little bit familiar with this. Is this one of those means-tested devices so that you've got to be representative of some kind of minority or have some kind of economic difficulty in order to be eligible for WIC?
Of course, they have to meet the eligibility criteria, such as residency,
Okay.
Of course, WIC is income-based, so they have to meet our income.
Oh, so it is
eligibility. Yeah,
income-based. All right. So if you make too much money, they're going to say that you don't qualify for the WIC.
For the WIC. But we have to verify, because we cannot just say upright, oh, you don't qualify because you're working. 'Cause, that's the thing that we want to really emphasize is because some said, oh, I'm working, maybe I don't qualify. So we want to tell them that even if you're working, drop by our office and we'll see if you meet our income.
So as I always say, don't disqualify yourself. Wait until somebody's had an opportunity to review your application so you can see, because there are some great benefits in the WIC program, and I know this from having been a father. There is nothing more expensive. The most expensive things that you can find on Guam are like printer ink and baby formula. Oh my God, and gasoline, right? So all of those three things are very, very expensive. Baby formula just through the roof. I remember I know some people in the game, so I thought, you know what, instead of buying the baby formula at the grocery store, I'll go to the distributor and I'll buy it from the distributor. And you know what the difference in price was between the wholesale price and retail on? Almost nothing. Almost nothing. These guys, the wholesalers make no money on this. There's absolutely no margin, if you will, on the formula for babies. It's just a very expensive product. And the thing is, now with a program like WIC, they make it so that you've got better access for people that are income challenged to be able to get their hands on healthy, nutritious meals for their kids.
Yeah. So that's one thing we want to reiterate also, Ray, is WIC is not a formula.
Yeah. It's not formula.
Yeah. So WIC.
Can I get milk?
It's like milk.
Bread, milk, eggs.
Eggs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Cheese.
Nutritious foods.
But we can't get formula? It's got to be actually made into milk already?
They can, but they may, should I say, but actually WIC believes that breast milk is still the best food for the baby.
Okay.
Okay, so in circumstances or incidents wherein mom cannot breastfeed,
then we can get formula.
Yeah, the next best food choice for the baby is iron fortified formula.
Okay, so I did not realize that. So that's so if you get into the program, if you're capable of breastfeeding, then that's what you're going to be getting.
We do have a food benefit for breastfeeding moms.
Okay.
And for the baby.
Oh, interesting. Well, tell me a little bit about those food benefits then.
So for the one that we provide for the supplemental foods, we give of course milk, eggs, iron fortified cereals, juices. The juices that we give in WIC, those are 100% vitamin C juice, peanut butter, dry beans.
Do you have a store? Is there something?
We do have,
this is a level of ignorance I'm coming from, clearly. All right, so I'm a mom, and I'm eligible for the program, got a little baby in the house, and so I go and see you, and you give me a box of stuff?
So the beautiful thing now with the WIC program is we are now electronic, like SNAP. Clients now, we give them an EBT card, we call eWIC. And they use that card to purchase their food benefit. And we do have around 30 or more authorized WIC vendors in the island, scattered all over the island from north to south to the central.
All right. Well, I've got a Payless near my house. I'm assuming that Payless would be anywhere.
Mighty. I know you're from Mighty. So
Yes, best mayor on Guam, right there, man, Rudy Paco.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's WIC approved. So in the central, you have your Payless Mighty, New Happy Mart.
Right. So when I go, I would need to look for those particular items.
Yes.
So that they're identified. These are eWIC eligible.
So we do have the WIC signs, WIC labels in the stores. We even have our Easy WIC app.
Easy WIC app.
Wow.
Yeah,
just so you know, I was on WIC before. I was a WIC beneficiary. This was years ago when my kids were babies.
I was going to say,
and it was a paper program.
Because Rex was paying you good money.
Oh no, this was before Rex.
Way before Rex.
This is before Rex.
Well, so is there and I want to say it should be a normal thing. Not everybody is always going to have access to all of the money that they need to be able to buy nutritious and delicious foods for their kids. And at the rate people have kids in this town, because not enough enough cable TV, there are going to be it's a growing number of people. And the reason, one of the reasons why I want to talk about this is because I'd like to destigmatize it as much as possible.
Oh, I was employed.
There are a lot of people into a lot of circumstances that may find themselves needing assistance of one kind.
Absolutely.
And this is it's there. Take advantage of it. I mean, if you've got the opportunity to take these products and they're provided to you by the state and programs like this, and use the other dollars that you've got to be able to take care of other things for the kids and for the household, you'd be crazy not to. So by all means, take advantage of it. How long has there been a WIC program on Guam? This is. I know it's old.
Almost 40 years.
40 years. Yeah. I've talked about this on the radio. It's that long. I've forgotten about the nature of the program. But clearly, it's changed and kept with the times. There's an app, and now it's electronic. Very interesting.
Just like SNAP. So it's not like before that WIC clients has to bring those checks.
Yeah. You had the checks. They had to run it through the system. And then if you had the checks, you held up the line for a really long time.
Oh, wow.
Yes, you did, because they had to run the checks. They had to run it through the cash register.
Kerning machine or
and
whatever
so
it's called.
If you were one of those who had the check, the people behind you would look at you and say, "Oh, this is a WIC client. We'll go to another."
It's fine. Find somebody
held up
else.
the line.
All right. So in this case, now it's just like using a credit card. All of the shopping goes through it, and they identify as they do with the SNAP programs. All right, these foods are covered by the SNAP program. So you run the SNAP card, and then you run your regular credit card or your debit card or paying cash for all of the other stuff. So now is it possible to be in SNAP and WIC at the same time?
Yes.
Oh, you can.
So basically, for the income eligibility part, so if you are under SNAP, Medicaid, or the TANF, which is the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, they are adjunct eligible to the program.
Have the allocations of funds increased on Guam since COVID-19? I know we've talked about that with SNAP, and I know that there's an additional couple of $1 million now that are coming out every month for the public health emergency. Has the same happened in the WIC program?
In the WIC, that I don't have the answer, because that's our
the supervisors outside.
Yeah.
Supervisors outside listening to the broadcast, making sure everybody gets it. How long have you been?
100% federally funded.
I see. All right, so it's not coming
How
from.
long I've been on
How
WIC?
long you been there, Daisy?
I'll be retiring for WIC.
You're retiring?
Like close to 25 years.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That is a long time. And always at public health.
Yeah.
Okay, so you stay there for another 5 years and you own it, right?
Hopefully.
How does somebody get into the program? So I just assume I'm the mom. I just delivered a baby. I'm over at Dr. Shea's place, and he says, "Oh, by the way, have you considered this?"
Yeah. So those who can apply, so we have the thing called categorical eligibility. So W, of course, the women who just, of course, pregnant.
Yeah.
Women who just had a baby. The postpartum women, and then breastfeeding moms until the first birthday of their baby, or until they stop breastfeeding, whichever comes first.
Back up a second. So even
up to 5.
Even when the mom is pregnant.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, very good. No, that's listen, and there's a piece of the outreach that needs to be heard here, because as I understand it, one of the big problems that we have is sometimes a mom's first visit to OBGYN is the day the baby is born, and because you don't know really what's available to you, and then we find out that there are nutritional deficiencies as the baby is born, which could lead to some early problems with the kids. So as soon as you find out you're pregnant, start talking about go to public health and find out about the WIC program, because it will cover certain, I'm assuming, certain neonatal nutritional demands.
Yes. So what we do in the WIC is once they are pregnant, and because they are, of course, our priority 1 clients, and they are considered the vulnerable part of the society, we need to see them ASAP. Yeah. And the beautiful thing with WIC is once they are certified on that day, they get their benefit on the same day.
Oh.
And the benefit is not only that supplemental foods that we're talking about, so they get to get those personalized nutrition advice that's being done by our, we do have WIC nutritionists.
Yeah.
And those are all free for our client.
For the once they are determined to be eligible for the benefits. 9:29 in the morning, and now just before we conclude this part of the interview, I've got Vince on the other line here, and I'm sure we're answering a number of questions for Vince. Is there something like a concierge at the Department of Public Health and Social Services or a caseworker? So I walk in, I don't know what I'm eligible for, and then you start saying, okay, fill out this form, tell us a little bit about your income, tell us about your background, and then we might be able to help navigate you through all of the things that are available in the gigantic division that is public health.
So one of the things that we encourage for our clients is when they're picking up an application, there's actually a checklist on the application. It says there, which one are you applying for? And it says SNAP, TANF, Medicaid. And so they can actually check mark whichever one they want to apply for, and not necessarily just I think I only.
Well, I just check all of them, and you tell me which ones I don't qualify for.
Right, exactly. So they can check mark all of them, or whichever one they think they'll qualify for. And oftentimes we look at it and we tell them, you can actually qualify also for TANF, or you're also eligible for Medicaid. So we'll look at the whole picture and let them know, hey, you know what? You also qualify for this.
Well, I mean, at least in 15,000 people in just the SNAP program here. That's got to keep. Yeah. That's got to mean that they are among the busiest people on the island, and dealing with as many of the clients as you've got.
Oftentimes, if they qualify for one program, they will qualify for another as
right.
well.
And would they necessarily be administered by the same people? I mean, would Daisy is just WIC, right?
Yeah, WIC is separate.
Okay, so you go see this lady over here and get all your paperwork taken care of, and then we'll take you in front of Daisy at WIC, and then she will figure out eligibility and work out the benefits, and then we'll go see somebody else for TANF. All right, understand. Daisy, it's a pleasure meeting you. Thank you very much for 25 years of service over at Public Health. Did you miss the old shop in Manila, or are they taking care of you up in Day-to-Do?
I think she's always
We're
been
in TGen. I'm all over.
Oh.
Because we do have also a satellite clinic, which is centrated in Rama.
Okay.
I go to the Day-to-Do clinic, and because Miguelao is, of course,
yeah, it's vacant right now.
Yeah, we are now located in TGen.
Right, I'm gonna turn that into a buy me drinky bar for women. It's an idea that I've had in my head for a long time. I'll maybe flesh some of that stuff out. 9:31 in the morning. Quick break. When we return, Chanel's going to stay in the studio. We'll join the conversation with Vince Uggan, and that one is going to be the one where there's always a possibility that a guy from Public Health could come to you and hand you a card that says, "This man is here to help you. You have been identified." How do I know this kind of thing? I heard, like all of the other boys on Guam have. It's 9:32. I'll be right back. On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit GTA.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today. Just in time for Lent, it's our delicious BK Big Fish Sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded with crispy panko, topped with sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available, our Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Enjoy your Lenten season with French fries and a refreshing brewed sweet or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season, now available at BK Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and at the airport. BK your way.
Here at Nimitz Towers, we're a large-scale rental complex. We have over 20 employees, and when the pandemic hit, our concerns were people not being able to work, loss of revenue and income, and luckily, due to PPP, we were able to keep all our employees employed, working. We were able to provide services, maintenance, and cleanliness for the building and the operation. Also, the rental assistance program helped us stay solvent during the pandemic and helped us keep the tenants in place.
We're thankful for Congressman San Nicolas advocating for these funds on our behalf in Washington, D.C.
If you have any concerns about any federal issues, feel free to contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Oh, man. 934 Ray Gibson Show. 888-8255-888-TALK. Interesting to have a journalist in the studio currently doing work, public affairs, and public information for the Department of Public Health and Social Services. I got Janella Carrera. I call her Chanel because once upon a time I asked her, what do you want for Christmas? And she gave me a lineup, a list of a bunch of purse manufacturers, including Louis Vuitton and Chanel. As a matter of fact, yeah, that was in there. So the nickname kind of stuck where we are today. But an interesting morning, like the one that we had here today. If you've been paying attention, you know what started off was a traffic investigation at 16 and 27, and then that turns into a car on fire, and then the fire department is there, and then we start seeing video floating around of a guy getting shot by the police, and that's what caused that traffic nightmare up north. I got pictures of Allegheny stopped in both directions out there, and I'm sure that was the case for virtually every major northern roadway on Guam. You know, when stuff like that happens, do you sit there and go, oh, I wish I was out covering this. I wish I was on the scene. I wish I was, yakking with the chief of police and the guy at the fire department. You ever miss that kind of, quick right now as it happens breaking news?
The spark isn't there anymore.
No.
But as a news director, I probably would have been like, hey, get your ass up and cover this right now.
I need video guys. I need to get interviews with so and so and such and such.
I need to stand up. I need,
Okay, but no more.
No more. I need to be there.
Right, leaving the house at 3 o'clock in the morning. I heard there was a shooting over here, or something crashed over there. That spark is gone. All right, but the news director stuff.
Yeah.
All right. No, I know exactly how I feel. I know exactly. Here I am. I'm just in the fringes of show business, doing a talk radio show, and that's the part that gets kind of frustrating is when you're reaching out to guys and the phone is busy, and then you just go, okay, who got to him first? Joe, that's your job, is to get so-and-so online and do all of that.
But I do listen, when I listen to news and I hear, oh my God, this was, I don't like the way they covered this. This was a terrible, this was a terrible package.
Yeah. There's so many, there's so many different ways that you can do this. Well, we'll watch in real time. And we have this morning, as I said, it started off as one thing and seemed to morph into another. Fortunately, the roads are opened up right now, and it looks like there are going to be multiple levels of investigation to find out exactly what happened here. High-speed chase ends in a cop leveling a firearm at the guy and putting him down. He goes to GRMC, where I don't know if he arrived dead or died when he was there, but whoever it was in the middle of the night causing all that drama has passed away. It's 9:37 in the morning. Now, Vince Uggan is with which division over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services?
He leads our STD HIV program.
Hey, Vince, how you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Has my name come up in any conversations?
I can't confirm or deny any of that.
All right, now I'm unfortunately you can't be with us in the studio, and Janella was telling me why it's unfortunate you can't be here with us because you bring treats with you wherever you go, don't you?
Oh yes, all the time. I always have a stack of condoms in my bag so I can start distributing condoms to those people who need it.
Now let's quickly identify who might be in need of a condom, or who might in these interesting times might be taking chances, Russian roulette, as it were, with their social lives.
Right? I mean, everyone needs a condom, right? Even if we're not sexually active, we do have a friend or two, or maybe a handful of friends or relatives who may need condoms, so we want to make sure we're prepared for that. You could save a lot.
Okay, so the idea that, okay, maybe you don't need it, but somebody that you know might find themselves in a position for which there might need to be a little bit of a prophylactic shield to prevent many things, pregnancy among them, but the transmission of STDs and STIs, right?
Correct. And we do have quite a number of condoms available in our offices, and everyone is more than welcome to visit them here at the Hessler Building in Hagåtña, Dedado Public Health, West Care Pacific Islands, Guam Alternative Lifestyle Association offices.
You mentioned what we used to refer to in the media as the House of Hessler. The old legislature is now where public health, where your division is, right?
Yes.
Yes, we do have a satellite office there. And we actually have a table outside with quite a collection of condoms and lubricants, female condoms as well.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just right there.
I was
right
going to
out
say,
in the
and
open.
many of my favorite drinking spots and hanging out spots are very, very nearby. Very interesting. Now, you know me, Vincent. You know, I'm going to, take everything with a grain of salt, number one, and with a whole heck of a lot of humor applied, because that's just the way I am. But we do have some serious numbers with STDs and STIs and the like here on Guam, and we are unfortunately given, the per capita mathematics. Unfortunately, we rank very high in the prevalence of some of these diseases. Can we go over that real quick?
Sure, yes. So Guam's rates of reported cases among people, especially who are aged 15 to 24 years of age, continues to be highly impacted. And so in 2019, we actually had a total of 1,200 chlamydia cases. Usually chlamydia is the highest number of STI cases. And amongst that, we had a very high rate of chlamydia, and it was at 736 out of 100,000 population. And that was right up there with a lot of the other states and territories.
What is it about chlamydia that seems to make it so prevalent? And are there distinct parts of the population here? I think I had seen some demographic information, nationalities, and things like that. Is there a population for which chlamydia is more easily circulated?
Yeah, well, basically among the sexually active population.
That's a broad definition. Sexually active population. Sorry, don't look at me in the eyes, Joe.
And mainly in the 15 to 24-year-old population, we're seeing a rate about 3 times as much amongst females than males, and that could be an indication of so many different factors. For example, females are more likely to go to the doctor compared to males. Also, as far as symptoms are concerned, females are more than likely to go to a doctor if they complain of any signs or if they notice any signs or symptoms.
Guys, on the other hand, just chalk it up to experience and suffer.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to remember. I mean, it doesn't come up in my vocabulary very often. But when we talk about certain diseases and different types of the dispersal, if you will, of symptoms, there are some STIs, STDs out there for which there are very mild or no symptoms whatsoever.
Correct.
So you don't know you got it until you take a blood test or something shows up.
Yes. So similar to, HIV, for example, with HIV, you can go years and years and years without noticing any symptoms. Then for some odd reason, you start experiencing weight loss, night sweats, fever, and you start getting very sick. And then at that point in time, that will prompt you to go and get tested. Then when you're tested positive with HIV and it's confirmed, in our program, we'll be able to link you to HIV care services.
So, HIV, obviously an important one. Didn't know anything about it in the 1980s, and then all of a sudden, it seemed to be everywhere. And all of a sudden, everyone knew someone that had it and was dealing with it or had died from it. That has changed a little bit in the intervening years. While there's no vaccine for HIV, there are a number of very effective therapies. It's no longer a death sentence.
Exactly. And so there's so many different meds that are available to individuals who are infected with HIV. The only thing they really need to do is continue to keep their doctor's appointments and continue to stay on their meds.
So we'll talk about, you mentioned chlamydia in here, and, just frankly, back in the olden days, one of the things that I think scared the hell out of a lot of people was the possibility that they might be getting something like gonorrhea or syphilis. Are those still prevalent around here, or have those kind of gone dormant?
Yes, so still prevalent around here with gonorrhea. We're seeing similar trends amongst the 15 to 24-year-old population. For syphilis, on the other hand, the trend is mainly among men who have sex with men. And these are the cases that we really try our best to investigate really quickly because it could lead to severe nervous system damage.
Syphilis is no joke. It is absolutely no joke. It's one of the worst things that you can get out there, and some of the symptoms are far-ranging. Body parts, literally body parts, can begin to fall off. Skin ulcerating skin eaten away, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So no joke.
Not falling off,
but I don't know. I'd read something recently about homosexual men. All of us, because HIV is not as much of a killer as it used to be, have gotten out of the habit of using condoms and prophylactics.
Well, yeah, so that's why we target the MSM population. We do have specific outreach events that are prioritizing the MSM population. So we have our rapid testing technologies available for HIV and syphilis, where you can get your results in a matter of minutes. And then we do have the self-collection kits for gonorrhea and chlamydia, where all it requires is for you to go to the restroom, do the collection there, and drop it off to the laboratory. So we're making it easier for people to get tested.
Okay, so if somebody comes up positive, and again, in the realm of chlamydia, or not chlamydia, gonorrhea and syphilis, back in the old days, there used to be a, golly, I'm trying to remember if there's a correct way to say it, a flight of antibiotics and pills. No sweat pills, I think, is what they used to be called in the military. And you stand there and eat about a cup of pills that were mostly, I believe, antibiotics, and let those run their course through your system, and then find out if you were still carrying the disease afterwards.
Correct. So with syphilis, it is called penicillin or bicillin injections.
Okay.
And that one, if you're at a later stage of syphilis, it requires 3 doses spaced 1 week apart of penicillin.
And now what about gonorrhea? Same thing?
With gonorrhea, it requires oral medications.
But they are available now. If somebody shows up at public health and they present with some symptoms, you test them right away. Are you capable of giving them the regime of pills or orals and injections? You can do that on the spot.
So with gonorrhea, let me correct it. It's not oral meds. It's injectable. So it's ceftriaxone injection. And so with that one, we are able to provide that on the spot. We just need to make sure we have a slot available for the patient. But we will try our best to get them the treatment on the spot.
Okay, scary thing here, because I'm a dad of a teenager, and you're telling me that that we're seeing high rates here starting at age 15. And right up until 24, large group. I mean, it's now, it's juniors and seniors right up until first or second year of college, and that seems to be where the prevalence of all of these things are here. So tell me a little bit about the outreach that you were doing in the high schools and among younger people. I mean, there's no way that you're going to prevent them from having sex, but what do you tell them in order for them to protect themselves, and I would presume the other members of their family?
Exactly. So one of the best things to do, Ray, is to educate everyone so that in the event or when they do start thinking about sex and actually having sex, they're prepared and make those decisions, right? And so with our program, we do have a group of staff that go out to the different schools, provide presentations. They do condom demonstration. And so, we start presenting on prevention messages, the types of tests available, what individuals can do if they do experience any signs or symptoms. And then we do have an incentive program. So anywhere we go and we are doing a presentation, we offer a fuel incentive of $25 usually for people who come to our program and want to get screened, right? Any other service?
Well, sure. Why not? With the price of gas going up these days, people might be coming in twice a week for an opportunity to get that training. A lot was made, and early on in the COVID-19 times about a concern for adequate contact tracing, and I imagine in the realm of what we used to refer to as social diseases, there is still a need for that kind of contact tracing. So if somebody does show up, presents, they are positive, and you get them on the road to recovery. Oh, by the way, will you tell me about who you have been partners with recently? That's got to be part of the equation still, right?
Yes. So we do contact tracing, and just, FYI, with the COVID-19, when it first started, the STD HIV program and our tuberculosis program were the first contact tracers because they are very well skilled with case investigations, contact tracing, all that good stuff. So yes, so we do still do that. The only thing is people ask, are you going to share information about the person who tested positive? And the answer is no. So we just really want to emphasize that we do protect the privacy and confidentiality of all of our clients. And when we go out into the field, we do not share any type of information regarding the positive.
Right. Just, hi, I'm from Public Health. I'm here to help. Your name has come up, and we think it would be wise if you got tested. Sometimes it never comes to anything, or other times you might be able to catch something that could spread even further, depending on, well, who it is and the nature of that particular gigolo, if you will.
Yes.
That's why I asked the question when we first started. As my name popped up, 9:49 in the morning. Now, getting back to the kids, there was they've added another one to the list of things that parents have to be freaked out about, and that's it's HPV. Is that one?
HPV,
that's
yes.
that's one of the new ones, right? And can, unfortunately, if unprotected and unattended to, can turn into certain kinds of cancers, right?
Cervical
Correct.
cancer.
Cervical cancer in particular. Yeah. So tell me a little bit about that new one, and how has that changed, if you will, the complexion of your work?
Yeah, so with HPV, we don't focus highly on that. There is another program that does, but we do provide referrals to those programs for HPV vaccines and also screening.
Oh, so there are vaccines for that?
Yeah, so that's part of our immunization program.
Oh, yeah. Wait, that's what I'm thinking of. So, all right, that's one of the things that they were they're talking about. Young ladies should go out and get this. There is HPV. It is in the community. There's a good chance that you might get it if you're having unprotected sex. So you get the vaccine. Once you've got the vaccine, you don't have to worry about it anymore?
I believe it's a one-time vaccine. I'm not sure if there's so my understanding it's a one-time vaccine, but we do partnership with GDOE and outreach. So we go to the schools. I believe it starts at middle school and then also high school.
Okay. Do guys get it?
Guys,
Real Joe's nodding his head up and down.
Yeah.
Do you have something that you'd like to add there,
I
sir?
saw a commercial, man, where they said men can get it.
Men can get it, but we don't have
but-
cervixes.
No, men can get it and
But men
pass it
also
around.
do get diagnosed with HPV.
Yeah, HPV.
Oh, okay.
And then they pass that around, and the woman gets it.
Okay,
and then she can get the
but
cervical.
guys, well, let me check with the doctor guy here. But we would be symptom free, right? We would just be carriers.
That I don't know.
Vince, I'm back to you here. So in the subject of HPV, girls can get it, could lead to cervical cancer. Guys can transmit that, it can have and transmit the disease. What kind of symptoms would the guys have, and then what do we do to get rid of it? Do we get the vaccine as well? I'm kind of fuzzy on this new one.
Yes, so I do believe men could also get the vaccine, and then with HPV. The way it's manifested is through genital warts, and usually with men, women, they are able, once they notice they have any warts, and that will prompt them to go and get tested.
Okay. All right. Well, it's one of those things. You're familiar when there are changes in your body, certainly changes in your body down there and in those regions. So it's important to act on those. This is not one of those things where everybody is immune from those kinds of activities, sexual activities. And if you have, go enjoy yourself, but make sure that you're doing it as safely as you possibly can for yourself and for the person that you're getting sexual with. 9:53 in the morning. Do you have a website, or is there a Facebook that you're in charge of, Vince?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And so we do have the Protehihao Facebook page. So it's facebook.com/Protehihao. Protehihao means protect yourself. Depending on who you talk to, it's supposed to be Protehin Maisahao. According to some very smart people at our local university. So we do have that page. For those individuals who are interested in getting tested, they may contact our office at 671-635-7494.
Now, in the past, and before I got into talk radio, I was in music radio, and we do all kinds of nightclub promotions and site events in both the gay and straight community. And it was always one of those things where you kind of reached out and said, "Hey, you guys want to partner with us on this? Would you like to come out and participate and put your signs up, hand out condoms and lubes and things like that?" Are you still doing that, or you intend on doing things like that as we get out of COVID-19?
Yes, we still do that. So now that we are seeing the low trends of COVID-19 amongst our population, our team is getting ready, or actually has been ready, to strengthen our reach out there in the community. So you'll be seeing us at some of the clubs.
Nice. Come on, bro, touches. Let's go do two. Let's go do touches again. Let's get Bernie and let's go do touches.
Right.
Come on, you wanna?
Yes, let's get Bernie to do that.
God, those were fun. No, I used to go for the music. I just go for dance at 9:55 in the morning.
Right.
Listen, Vince, you have a fantastic day. I'm glad that we're ending the week's worth of programs this way.
All right. Thank you for having me.
No problem. No problem. Next time we'll get you in the studio and you can bring me your collection.
Yes, and we'll do a condom demonstration since I know we're live.
Perfect. All right, Groovy. Have a great morning. 888-825-5888-TALK. Just one of the many services and features available for you the next time that for whatever else you need at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Covered a lot of ground, and I think for a lot of people that are listening, what's the old song? Everybody having sex, so it's good to protect yourself, and sometimes that leads to babies being born. And maybe we should have done it in the opposite.
direction.
Yeah, the opposite direction. We'll bring in the WIC people. After we did the sexually transmitted disease, guys. Thanks very much for coming by. I hope the next time we see each other, indoor mandates, mask mandates will be lifted so everybody can see your pretty face.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and then here I brought some goodies again.
More Royce.
goodies.
More Royce. People walking around the last time you were there going, I thought I heard she said she got Royce. What happened? I took him home.
I brought more.
You can have that one.
I brought the dark chocolate.
Thank you.
Because, a dark color.
Dark chocolate's very healthy for you, and I love the almost Wednesday outfit that you're wearing from Adam's Family. This is some ube flan, because ube is good for you. There's one of these days we're going to get to the ground on this. I have a suspicion here that a lot of times they'll refer to something as a taro this, taro that, because they don't want to call it ube. And it's going, it's ube. It's really, that's what it is. You can call it taro if you want to, but we all know the difference. 9:56 in the morning. Quick break. I'm going to grab some selfies with the girl again, and we'll finish the show up in just a few moments.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
It's 9:57 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show until 5 more minutes, 3 more minutes, and then it's the weekend, baby. Lots of stuff going on, and I'm delighted to announce on behalf of the Guam Running Club that the return to 5Ks, bye baby, is the return to 5Ks. 5 a.m. showtime at Chamorro Village tomorrow with a 6 a.m. go time. There's a 2K and a 5K. There is no charge for it. The only thing that you've got to do is go to the Guam Running Club's Facebook page and fill out the little waiver form that they have. Now, we need to do that for a couple of reasons. Number one, if you get run over by a truck, we want not to be held liable for that. Number two, that is how you will be eligible for the drawings. I don't know who they've hooked up with or what the drawings are going to be or what they're going to be for, but that's the only way that you're going to be eligible to win any prizes. Oh, what's
Shanghai
that?
Air?
Maybe Shanghai Air. You never know. But the other thing is, and I got to give you the warning here, as far as I know, there won't be any timing. There won't be any divisions, male or female. There won't be any age divisions. So if you want to know how you're doing vis-a-vis other guys in your age group, you're going to have to Strava. You're going to have to turn on your Garmin and your GPS, and you're going to have to compare notes a little bit later on. That is going to be how everybody kind of remembers how the system works. And then down the road, there will be more. The Guam Police Department has got a 5K coming up before long. I'll get you the dates on that before it gets to be too close. And there is the autism community on Guam. And they're doing a 5K, but they ain't doing a regular 5K. This is going to be an afternoon 5K. And is it possible? I think it is. That maybe as we move through the calendar, we'll have more of these things. It will feel as it did before, where you wake up every Saturday morning and you go and you take $10 or $15 someplace, buy yourself a bib, and go run like hell for a little bit. Come back and enjoy the unique fellowship and the unique friendships that only come from running on somebody's shoulder for about 3.1 miles. There's no other way to describe it other than some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life are folks that I have run with or run in front of or run behind or run along. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, darn close to it. We got that. Miami's going to be doing some soccer and some volleyball in the next couple of days. So I've got a pretty busy weekend ahead of me. Hope we all get a chance to see each other this weekend. If not, Monday morning, about 6 o'clock. For Real Joe, Jerry Roberts, and Montesilva Tower, and this is Ray Gibson saying thanks for listening. Catch us Monday.
Fox News Alert. It's required. Again, I'm Lisa Lacera. The Federal Appeals Court reinstates President Biden's executive order requiring federal employees to be vaccinated against COVID.
Judges of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans voted 2-1 to allow the order to be enforced once again. It overturns a Texas district judge's injunction issued in January. The mandate did allow for exceptions on medical or religious grounds. Still, some federal employees fought it, saying the mandate exceeded Oval Office authority. The appeals court ruled that the district judge acted outside his jurisdiction. They have directed that the case be dismissed. It is expected that an appeal of the Fifth Circuit decision will be taken to the U.S. Supreme Court. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
By a vote of 53 to 47, the Senate has voted to confirm Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court.
This has been a long, hard road as we try to get to greater equality, less bigotry in America. And there is often steps backward. But when you have a day like this, it inspires you to keep moving forward.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Republican leader Mitch McConnell on his party's hesitations during the nomination process.
She wouldn't join Justice Ginsburg and Justice Breyer in denouncing court packing, which is simply an attack on the institution of the court she's now going to be joining. Bad decision.
On Fox's special report with Brett Baer, still 3 Republicans did side with Democrats in voting to confirm. A man suspected of concealing the deaths of his mother and sister nearly a year after their bodies were found buried in the backyard of their suburban Chicago house has been arrested. 45-year-old Michael Lelko is expected to face felony counts of concealment of a death. Police say a federal investigation is ongoing. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going